Okay, morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome, everyone. Hey, Derek. Hey, Rod. Hey, Bill. Hey, Tuxedo, Steve, and Doom. How are folks? PF Dennis. What else do we have? Anton, and Nurglerot, and Maurice, and Malfrey, and Nick. How are folks? Okay. Hey, Morden. Hey. And what else? Yeah. Back on the solid fork build. Almost done. Really close. Probably one more stream after this, I think. You like this shirt, Dave? Hey, Little Brat. Hey, Griffins. Who else do we have? Armor 3D and Zybertech. These cats, I have to say, yesterday and today, and I think before that too, I'll head out here to go stream and I'll say, okay, it's time. Oscar Felix, let's go. And oops, I got a little loud according to the mic thing. Sorry about that. I call them and walk out here and they follow me 2 days in a row. And well, there goes Oscar now. Now they're exploring. But and then when I leave, usually I can say, okay, it's time to go. And they follow me out the door. So Mandic said it was perfect and said thank you. Oh, that's the wiring on a toolhead. So Mandic's working on his 2.4 and modeling toolhead stuff, adapting for the drop effect hot end right now. So brute force notifications work today. I did not put a notification in Discord, did I? I forgot Discord. Hold on a second, let me fix that. There we go. So Derek, thanks for the gifted memberships. Hey, Rob. Let me catch up in chat now. Chewing on the bad stuff again? No, they're doing okay. They've been doing pretty good with chewing on stuff. Hey, Trevor. Quadrangles season kicks off on January 4th. Awesome. So Quadrangles is a First Robotics, is that right? Team that Dr. Dave is involved with here. Donated some parts for a printer for them a while back and ended up with a shirt. Finding cables that look chewy. And you need to teach them to fetch. Yeah. Hey, Sean. How are you? Took a day trip to New York. Nice. Hey, Sven, Cliff, Nicola. Still catching up. What else do we have? Just another Mandic Monday. Or Sunday. Hey, Sanity. Welcome. I'm finishing up the box turtle today. Any plans to build one? Yeah. I should have one on the way. One of the final LDO kits on the way that will slot into a build series. So, nice. Thanks for being a member. Hey, Lewis. It's absolutely right. Wow, it took a while to catch up. I'm not even really caught up. You're having an effect on me, Steve. On my Trident build, I checked to make sure the X linear rail had the writing on the carriage right side up. Your build will be better for it. Hey, Daniel and Lee Marie. Hey, Laura. Okay. Hey, Thunderkeys. This is where we're at. So I did make a little bit of prep progress. Hey, Timor. Got my shirt on. I've had this shirt longer than you have. I don't know that, but Dr. Dave will tell you. Dr. Dave here is where these came from, or at least he's the reason that they're in the community. If the PTFE tube's still okay, the end of it is a little worse for wear, but I don't need this much PTFE on here. I'll be cutting it off. Writing right side up is critical. Actually, I've had it longer. Anyway, this is where we're at. I did, in between streams, I remodeled the filament inlet to be a little shorter. I didn't think it needed to be as tall as this. And on my Shapeoko, I took the original back panel and I cut out a notch for it. So it will go like that. So now we need to, oh, you have it on today. I see. Hey, Steve. Hey, R. Chapman. The Shrimp Father. Wrong, right side. Writing right side up equals, yeah. Hey, Clifford. Okay, let me see. Where are we going to go? We are going to get this installed. Then we're going to power the printer up. We're going to do some additional little bits of configuration. Then we're going to do things like PID tuning and making sure the extruder is set up. So hopefully a print. We are also going to be updating to the RepRap firmware version from the stable version that we're on now to the 3.6 release candidate. So, hey, 3D and T. Hey, Mike. Cats are still wandering. Not settled down yet. I am printing. Hopefully it's not too loud. You might be able to just barely see the Mark IV back there. Thank you. Have a Merry Christmas. Appreciate that. Hey, James. I am printing, continuing to print Reaper parts. These are turning out pretty well. Where are our cats? They're around. They're wandering. I'll turn the camera on when they're in their bed. No, the 3D Sets RC car. Isn't that a cool filament? This is the this is a custom color from Protopasta, given to me by Bob Carnes. He had it made at one of their workshops, or just had it made anyway. It's basically their Blood of My Enemies red with a black glitter. Hey, Nomad. You guys, oh, there's a box back there. Here, this is what we'll do. Here's what we can do. We can set that right there, and set that right there, and turn that camera on. There, cat trap. Cat trap. It's Blood of My Enemies with a black glitter. So it's a modified Blood of My Enemies. Hey, Projects in Dad Garage. We'll see. We'll see how long it takes them to notice the cat trap. Hey, BBs. Okay. With that, let's get this going. So I need a paper towel. There's Oscar taking the bait. There you go. Was looking for that filament, couldn't find it. With the black glitter, it's not available, but you can get the Blood of My Enemies from Protopasta's website. I wish they did too. Made ABS. Clean this up, and then we're going to put some foam tape on it. Just do a nice full cleaning. Is everybody ready for the holidays? Anybody who gets ready? Got the hook up on the black glitter protopasta. I did. The problem is I only have one roll. So thus far, I have not had a failure on the print. Hey, Yeri. But, yeah, cat trap. Thus far, I've not had a failure. And if I don't, then I know I should have plenty of, where did the, uh-oh. I should have plenty of filament for the thing. I did change one thing though, in order to make sure I had enough filament, is this piece here was supposed to be body color, but since it's the floorboard of the cabin, it's not going to be visible from the outside. I printed it in black instead. Hey, John. How are you? Can't stay. Taking your daughter to watch Wicked. I hate musicals. Have fun. They present yesterday, 6-inch mill vise. Ooh. Hey, the GPs. The kitties have not partaken of their presents yet. They still have some kitten treats. I wonder if they'll recognize these. Oh, are you gonna come over? Let's see. Oh, Felix in there for both of them. Oh, did you? There you go. We will break out the other kitty treats when they're a little older, I think. Hi, Jose. Hey, Scotty dog. Blood cat. Scientific fact, the cats cannot resist cardboard boxes. Okay, I need to figure out where I put, because I thought I knew where my foam tape was for the ceiling. I have to figure out where it actually is. I didn't go looking for it because I was convinced, I was certain that it was in a certain spot. And, oh, I might have found it. Yeah, I found it. Hi, Jeff. Hi, Dom. I have a cat who ignores cardboard boxes. What? Is that even really a cat? At that point, is it even really a cat? Try this stuff. Oh, I'm making interesting noises. There you go. Okay, I think you're not stuck looking at the back of my head, leaning over this. You can look at the side of my head. Yep. We're both working on printers for ants today. Is that Phoenix pushing plastic yet? It does. It does push plastic. It's not pushing plastic at this very moment, but it does push it. So we're gonna do a quick and here. Hey, Garrett. How are you? Hey, I'm gonna beat you to it. Garrett currently has 30% off on hot sauces. No coupon required. PexPeppers.com to check it out. Did I beat you? Still have half a case of Gold Rush hot sauce. Ooh. It's been discontinued. I am not prepared to put the rest of the panels on, mostly because I need to find them and make sure I have all the right ones. But we'll get by some PLA printing today. And we'll still play around with the input shaper stuff. See you, John. Have fun. Take your earplugs. Hey, Brent. Okay, I need a little more stable surface here to do this. There we go. I use my thumb and forefinger to align it as I'm removing the adhesive backing. Just kind of follow along. Very little pressure, but then when we're done, we can press it down. It ends up perfect. Hey, Andrew. Anyone go to a panto this year? What's a panto? Mistake of giving lots of people Pex Peppers hot sauce, so they gave me lots of sauces back. I am a tape on the panels person. I know there are some people, I won't mention CLE names, that prefer and think I'm weird for tape on panels, but Christmas pantomime. Do you guys get those in the US? It doesn't sound familiar. Look at this. I'm ambidextrous in panel tape application. Although this side probably won't turn out quite as good. It still turned out good. What is wrong with tape on panels? I don't know, ask Clee. I got shunned for tape on panels. Okay, and the last one. Hey, Jen from Austria, welcome. Got to design a panel tape dispenser. I'm team tape on panels, uh-huh. I am too. I mean, just your flush cutters here work great for cutting this tape to length and at the end of your panel. Tape on panel steam, there we go. Everyone should go on the Voron Discord and ping Clee and say tape on panels team. Hashtag panel tape team. Look at that. Didn't even have to trim it. Hashtag Clee's wrong. Hey, Turtle. Team tape on frame here. Yeri. I don't know. I wouldn't expect anything less from someone who will name, who names their panel clips in such a way. Okay, let's put this away. Here, R3D. Okay. Peaceful Discord, welcome. Okay. Let's... I'd like to meet a Team Gorilla Glue panels person. Use a square and a straight edge to get foam tape straight. If you guide it with your fingers, it works pretty well. I mean, it's pretty straight. Okay. Let's put this off to the side for a moment. And let me start up Fusion because I think it's, maybe it's in the direct. In support of your point, I had tape on the front of my Trident and I kept moving on me because the adhesive got gooey. Now I have to clean it off somehow. Yeah, and it gets gooey on the panels too. I just feel like it's easier and better to clean off the panels than clean off the frame. Scott, what do you do on this channel? Say hi to everybody. Because solvent damages the panels when replacing, removing, redoing tape, but not the frame. I don't use IPA for it. And for the most part, just peeling it off with your friction with your thumb seems to work okay. Anyway, I want to do a couple of things. I want to open up the Solid Fork manual. Do we have a Solid Fork manual downloaded already? I think so. Do we have it? Solid Fork manual. Does it have panel mounting instructions? Foam tape is not that bad, ain't like VHB. Exactly. And this is a different, that tape that I'm using there is a little different than the typical stuff. I got it off Amazon. I haven't used it much, so I don't have a verdict on how well it works, but let's see. So we had done all this. Let's see if we have panel mounting instructions here. Because, here, Solid for GitHub. Because if you go here, let's go to the GitHub for the Solid Fork and go to the STLs and go to Common and Panels. And I don't know about you, but I was having a really hard time deciphering left top rear side clip, left top rear top clip, rear bottom left rear, rear bottom right rear, rear top left rear, right bottom rear side clip, right top rear side clip, right top rear top clip, right top right rear. Admittedly, I was printing these last night and trying to just print the rear panel clips and realizing I'm just going to print this whole folder. And I went through and looked to see if any of them were multiples, and it didn't look like it unless I missed something. But I gave up. I printed them all. Now we'll look to see which ones we actually need. But V0 is not much better. I don't disagree. But I looked at that and it just made me laugh. I had to ask Yeri if he could make it any more confusing for me. I'd appreciate it if he would. I had him sitting on a hot plate over here, getting rid of the ABS stress marks. So they are quite toasty right now, but they are nice and done. Next revision, I'll use random GUID for each part. That would, as long as you emboss it on the print, then we're good. What's this I hear about Clee putting his phone tape on extrusions? Exactly. Go give him a hard time about it. Ping him on the Devoron Discord. Bottom, upper, rear, center clip, top. Okay, so I got all the panel clips. I hope I got them all. I felt like I'm probably missing something. I mean, I'm gonna need them at some point, so. Okay, so let's go here. And let's go back here. Is panel clips in the panels? Here we are. Oh, framer panels, here we go. You can apply the foam tape to the printer's frame or to the panels, whichever you prefer. There are advantages and disadvantages to each approach, but either way is valid. You need some elaboration on that, I feel. You've got all this white space, a little pros and cons of panel versus frame could fit here. From Clee on Discord, Steve is wrong on he's just abusing his YouTube channel to spread his evil lies. I could switch to 1mm tape and put it on both, and then maybe double it up on one of them. Then we can get the full 3mm. Okay, rear. So add extra nuts. We did not preload nuts into the vertical extrusion since they are easy. Also, I am missing 2 nuts up here because I only have 2 for here. So I'm gonna have to shift this extrusion out of the way to get some nuts into there. I'd like to go back and look at the pre-insert instructions because I seem to remember us looking at that and validating that I had the right amount in there. I could be misremembering, but and then I've marked this. I've already measured this. I'm gonna put a little mark here. So I put that back in to the same length so I don't have to go through that again because this has to come out. Take this off. Do you like how easy it is to add missing drop-ins on the solid fork frame after building a V0? Well, it's just as hard on these captured frame. Here, easy, of course. I mean, let's see. Don't mind the mess, but Felix has found a spot. Caretaker of Trident, do you envision a review in which the panels bend in like Prusa? I don't know how to do that without adding a lot of complexity and cost, Derek. I think if somebody was interested in doing that, they should do that as a mod. It's a stack of foam from a carrying case that we bought for the booth materials that we shipped to Smurf. Oops, I wanted this one. Most of the solid form extrusions are easier to pop out than the V0 extrusions from experience. Not gonna argue against that. Hey, Ethan. How easy is it? Yeah, so I need to add a couple of nuts in the top here to support panel clips, and we're good on the bottom. So, but it's just a top extrusion here. We've done this already, so I'm just gonna get in here and loosen this. You have some LDO roll-ins. They will not work on this frame because this is an actual, see, so I just have to do that. This is a maker base frame, and it does not have the correct profile to be able to do it. Hey, Adam. This version doesn't have the include confusion that 1.0 did, so I need to come up with something new to confuse Steve. I think what's happening right now is Felix is taunting Oscar, saying, hey, I'm up here and you're not. Because they've meowed at each other a couple of times there. There we go. Hey, Jack. Okay, then just get this back to where it's flush again. No, everything else is tied together, the GPs. It's not ideal, but it's not that bad. Everything was just nice and flush before. I'll duplicate that. Going to have to start again. Start over at the beginning. Now, if I was trying to change one of these, I'd be a little more concerned. But top rear extrusion, not a big deal. Okay, couple of heat sets. Yeah, see, I made it a little bit shorter. What's in there? Huh. Hey, Walko. Okay, let's see. Go. I was pleased. I haven't used the Shapeoko in literally months, and it was trivial to get it set up, generate the cam in Fusion, and the first try, I got a successful cut on it. Maybe not optimal. It may have been able to go faster with fewer passes, but it worked. Okay, so now this goes on here. Steve building a V0 and say then notices you are streaming. It says I'm building a V0. Which project do we have to look forward to in the new year? We got a whole series, a list of things that could be done. We got a box turtle that's on the list. We have, go. Put the PTFE in there to align it when I'm tightening this down. The Tic Tac build with Daniel, started sourcing parts for that. Okay. Now let's figure out which panel clips we need for this back panel. Hey, Brittany. Insertion tool matches his printer. Oh, well, I think this is Polymaker Galaxy Blue ASA. And this is 3DO Carbon Fiber Blue ASA. Hey, Konstantin Lice. I'm building a V0, just saw the noti and had to drop it. Oh, okay. Welcome. Oops. Right there. There's Oscar. Yogi Berra quote, you can see a lot if you just look. Not there. There. So which clips are these? Are these the... Okay, I think it's 2 of these. I think those 2 go there. And then slightly... Is it slightly different or is it the same thing on the rear bottom? Okay, they are slightly different. Yes, here's one, and where's the other one? This one. Okay, I think these are them. I think we've got these 2 for the bottom and these 2 for the top. There's no mid clips, which I thought was interesting, but I have an ACM panel, so. Okay, we'll get a little cat fight. You'd rather watch cat fight than me putting panel clips on, right? M3 by 12s. Get your movie clipping tools ready for when Steve sits. What are you doing? Hey. 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 Okay, bye. Oscar is a knob to Felix. That is absolutely true. That is absolutely true. Hey, Francois. That's what brothers do. They fight. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay, M3 by 12. It's these guys. Is it really M3 by 12s? Let's find out. Yeah, it doesn't, just barely. Felix was just in there. I know. You're absolutely right. Oscar is a bit of a knob. Okay, let's get this started. And this started. Hey, Kobe. And then I think we'll hang this thing off. We'll hang it off the front, or oops, grab a couple of boxes and it's the same height. Those are the same height. Let's do this. PF Dennis, 50 gifted memberships. Wow, thank you. What is that? You see the V8 Reaper motor on 3D sets? Yeah, isn't that included in the Reaper files, or does it also include like the oil pan and stuff that isn't in the... I don't know if it's in the Reaper files. I haven't actually looked that closely. Is there something that's not already in the Reaper files? Okay, here we go. I'm off. I got a Falcon 9 rocket to repair. See you, Dave. At least they're active. PF Dennis, member for 31 months. It has been a great year. Happy holidays to you too. Okay, let's see here. So let's move these out of the way, and then we need more nuts in the... There we go. A little view of them. Got its member stream only day, right? Effectively, right? I don't see much. Hey, Cameron. Now, is Cameron here, or is Cameron an offline gifted membership? Cameron from LDO. There are parts in a stand that are not in the Reaper model, oil pan, different belts. That's kind of annoying, because I have spent a lot at 3D sets. And I wouldn't mind building that. It'd be fun. But I'm not going to go and find another $50 to spend just to get that. I don't know if it's available on its own. It might be. Your joke wasn't appreciated. It might not have been read either. As I said it out loud. Do you think it's crucial to ground the beard? I didn't see that. Yep. Couldn't find it in the model section yet. $25 for the engine model. That's a lot. That's a lot for just a little display model. That's a lot. That's a little ridiculous. I think they need to get a little grounded here. I don't support that. Squeeze this underneath there. Loosen these up a bit. But I've already bought. What if you bought all their models? I mean, they have a record of everything you've bought. I think they should give it to people who have spent a certain amount then. I am super impressed with what they've done. I do think that their pricing has gone a little off on a couple of their more recent things, but oh, get a free pizza from anywhere. Those clips stick out a bit too much. They're designed to match up with the rest of the panels. So they are going to stick out until I put others in. Hey, Derek. I'm going to have to leave now to be family and a pre-Christmas thing. Have a good one. Thanks for being here. We'll see you next year. Like you have enough fun money for that. Well, that's not entirely untrue, Bill. Hey, Bob. Grateful for having metal out of the Voron games. Name you and Dr. Dave's. You might not have seen Bob, but I've got the latest bits and pieces came off the Mark IV for the Reaper model. Derek, thanks for the gifted memberships. Bought the Downrider Pack 2 and no V8 because I bought a few days too early. Yeah, I won't be purchasing the V8. That is a custom color from Protopasta, the GPs that Bob here had made. It's their Blood of My Enemies red with a black glitter additive. $25 is way too much. Their full RC models are well within the price, but the things I alluded to as far as I think they've gone a little overboard is like the upgrade, the add-ons, the option pack for the Sakura I think is overpriced. Their models themselves, you could argue that they're underpriced, but that doesn't mean you make up for it in the other. Okay. I guess that's the same model you get with basically with 2D printers and stuff. Cheap printers, expensive add-ons and consumables. Whatever wanted the body kit, didn't want to spend the total cost. I like the default files for the Sakura. I didn't actually have any, there was nothing really in the upgrade pack or whatever that had me feeling like I had to buy it to modify my the model. This ACM just soaks up the fingerprints. Hey Danny. Okay. The box has caught a cat. Okay, why? Uh-oh. Did I screw up? Uh-oh. I did screw up. I screwed up on my measure. How did I screw that up? How did I screw that up? I screwed it up. Let's look. I thought I had started Fusion. Let me start up Fusion. No, I didn't cut this far enough. That is irritating, and I missed by 6 millimeters. Let's look. Let's look at the CAD that I based it on. My dad had a 280Z, was going to do it for him, minus the electronics and RC features. I think we might fix this on stream today. Rather than on nothing too much, you can remove more, cannot add. I might want to try to fix this because we can't really go, I feel like we should, I think we should try. I'm off by that 6 millimeters, this, and I'm curious why, because I added that all up and I missed it, but I'm going to try to figure out why. Oh, there's something in there. These cats. We are a little low on likes, but Sanity, YouTube doesn't refresh them automatically anymore in the browser. Yeah, I think we may have to, if I can make it happen, we'll see about making the Shapeoko. We'll make the Shapeoko go burr today. Okay, I'm just opening things up. So this is the cam for the for that, but it's based on, let's go to the design workspace, and with this here. Oh, that's what I did wrong. So that should have, that's what I did wrong. I aligned the top of this with the top of that feature on the part. We're at 90 likes now. I missed a bunch of people. Been running back and forth to the kitchen. Big cooking weekend. Awesome. Is that safe with cats? Oh yeah, it'll be fine. There's a cat trap on the floor. It's working. Okay, so basically I can fix this pretty easy in the just post here. Let's just take this surface and this surface and come over here and grab that one and that one. And we're simply going to move these up 6 millimeters. Okay, so now that is representative of what it should be. What are you hoping to achieve with a new hot end? What are we, to fed a foster cat smoked chicken and he threw up everything. Ew. You're going to want to read Edge of 3D's comment, Sanity. And then you can virtually smack him. You have my permission to virtually smack Scott. So anyway, that's where I messed up. That was me trying to get through this and not paying as much attention as I probably should have. So now with that there, we should be able to go back to the manufacturer space and we can probably regenerate that tool path. And there it is. I got smacked right to the chassis in the trunk of the Prius. You did. Scott got crammed into the back of that Uber's. It was the large Prius, right? Was it a Prius? Was it even, or was that a Volkswagen of some sort? Some kind of, yeah. Is Shammy here? Where? I didn't see Sham. Is Shammy here? Well, if you are, hi, Shammy. Okay, so let's save this because I have to actually do this from a different, it's easiest for me to do this from a different computer. So I know I'm not going through all of the process for doing this. Maybe we'll do that on another stream at some point. Yeah, you're mostly right, Yeri. You're mostly right. Let me clean up over here because I've already put stuff on, because this is a surface, right? This is a shop surface. Which means the moment after you're done using it, it gets cluttered with things. Okay, what do we have? let's do a camera angle here. This is all new stuff. I've not done something like this before. So this will be cool. Any flat surface in my office doesn't stay clean for long. Exactly. Isn't here, but I miss him somehow and feel bad. He was here last Sunday. Shammy was around last Sunday. Here we are. So this is the Shapeoko. I have it pre-set up with some index stops to make it easier to put things on the work area. I am going to do a minimal change, I think, to make this happen. If this messes up and this doesn't turn out well, I won't be too sad, because I wouldn't mind redoing all the panels on this just in my regular ABS or acrylic. I'm not really a fan of this glossy ACM. So I'm just taking the panel off right now. Okay, so what we're gonna do here, we've got these guys being little pills to each other again, is we are going to stick this down in that general area. I need a reference point, so I'm only gonna pull the tape from one side of this. So I'm gonna pull that piece, because I don't need to disturb the rest of it. And I'm gonna see if I can, you know, I was defending you, Felix, and then you go and attack my leg. So I'm just gonna pull that away just a little bit. Actually, I don't want to do that. And then we're going to fix this to the surface with this double-sided, this is Sure Tape brand stuff. And I'm gonna have a hard time paying attention to chat the whole time. Team tape on panels. Only the best habits of putting tape on the frame. Should have taped the frame. We modified the panel, not the printed part. You have too many tools. We're modifying the panel. We're modifying the panel. I don't want to shorten that anymore. So I know based on what I did yesterday, I can throw a piece of tape right up the middle here, and then a couple of pieces of tape to either side to, to stabilize it. Don't even need to go the whole thing. This is plenty for the forces we're going to be putting on this. This off to the side. My laptop here that's still hooked up to the machine, turn it on. And then I can't put this right up against my stops because the cutter needs to get in here. So I'm gonna take this and take a couple of 1, 2, 3 blocks and set them here, and then use those to index the part out in away from them. Okay, so there. Put this over, set this down against the 1, 2, 3 blocks, and press it into place. Those can come out. And now I'm not in danger of hitting anything with the machine. Now this, get pulled out of the way. I'll just flip this around and stick that to the end. Hi, Felix. They have definitely learned their hops. They can get up onto any surface they want now. You need a 2.2 kilowatt spindle in that machine. Just started rewatching your switch wire build. Just got a confirmation mine is on the way. Awesome. 1, 2, 3 blocks are so useful for more than just aligning thing or squaring stuff and whatever. So that's down. So let's power on the machine and power on the spindle. And let me start up Fusion on the, let me close Fusion on the computer here. Is the thickness of the tape sufficient to prevent cutting the spoil board? Yeah, and my program is actually off just a little bit. The program is off just a little bit. It doesn't go quite all the way through. And you can see the marks on my spoil board. I haven't actually surfaced the spoil board here. If you attach a piece of buttered toast to the back, oh. There we go. Okay, that is closed. Let me start Fusion on the laptop here. Waiting to see them on top of the Phoenix. Yeah. They are not wanting to rest today. And while we're waiting here, so I'm hoping that OBS noise canceling does an extra good job with the vacuum. And I'm gonna have to bump this a little bit to get over here. Plug in my dust collection. There will be no flying dust from this. The dust collection on this works really well. I think that'll work. Okay, there we go. Desktop apps. No, I don't want desktop apps to know my precise location. Open this up in Fusion and open up Carbide Motion. So Carbide Motion gets opened. This small of acrylic panel being cut is horrid. It's not acrylic. This is ACM. This is aluminum composite material. Do you want to allow and connect to the cutter and initialize the machine. So now it's going to home. Okay, so take this off. And I still have the cutter I was using in here. So let's pull this out. Set it there for a moment and then put my dowel pin in the tool. There we go. Now we're going to say load new tool, and it's going to go and touch off on the tool setter. What's that tape? I've been doing masking on part and waste and super gluing. Hey Zarp. This is Sure Tape. Sure Tape. Works really well for this. It's basically a double-sided masking tape that I've had a ton of luck with. It's not super cheap, but you can, if you search for Sure Tape, SHURTAPE on Amazon, you'll find it. You should be able to find it. That's where I bought it. So it just touched off on the tool setter. Now I can go over and jog it to the, where is that? To my corner probe. So I'm gonna set this here, and it sits on there just fine. And now I'm going to use the keyboard here to move this into place. Let's see how close I got there. Holy moly, look at that. I found the center, well, not the center, but close enough. Now I can do a probe of the corner, and I like to hold this in place because I don't trust it to stop in time. One of the nice things about having the spindle on here is the spindle is grounded, so I don't actually have to put the little connection to the collet. This has a little magnetic connection that can go to the collet, and then I have to move this over because I'm probing this side of it. But there we go. Now it's got the corner and the top all set. So it's got the corner and top all set. It knows where its work coordinates are now. So now it knows where the corner of that piece is. So now I can just send my program and so remove the bit 0 ground clip. So now I need to go into my manufacturer space, and it's gonna re-zero the pin. Let's action generate and post-process this. Overwrite the following file, yes. Successfully posted. Okay. Where's this? Coordinate system set to 0. Okay. So that should be all good. Let me just double check all of this. No, you don't need to get up on top of there. Yep, you can come back down. Okay, so now we're gonna come back over into the carbide motion, and we're gonna say run, and I'm gonna load a file. And open this, and I'm going to look at this. Everything looks good. Best of both worlds, slinging aluminum and plastic around. The first time I've seen this working. I've used it quite a bit. Not often, but I've used it quite a bit, and I've been very happy with it. This is a Shapeoko Pro. They have a newer model out that if I was buying now, I would have purchased, the Shapeoko 5. But this has done everything I need it to do. So we're gonna say done. I know you can't see what I'm doing on the other computer, but I'm really not set up to be able to share it on screen. Now we haven't changed to the cutter yet because the processor in the post processor does that. So it was a kit build. If you go back, I did a stream on it, the GPs. Hey, Dark Third Dimension. And if I start the job now, it's going to immediately come up and ask me to change the tool. So now I'm going to change the tool. I put this in with the minimum amount of stick out I can get away with, just because I'm using an 1/8 inch bit here. Tighten that up, put the dust collector back on, Hey, Skyrim. Hey, Larry. Okay, so now when I say okay to the next operation, it's gonna go and it's gonna touch off the cutting tool so it knows exactly where that is. And then it's gonna spin up the spindle and start the job. I'm gonna turn on my, my shop vac. I'm hoping it's not too loud. I don't think it will be, since Discord does, or the OBS does a pretty good job of canceling out that kind of noise. And I'm gonna grab some level of eye protection here, even though that dust collection won't let anything go flying. It's far too close there. And maybe before we do that, let me see if I can get set up for a slightly better angle here. I don't know. Hopefully that'll work pretty good. Nothing is going to go flying. The cats are going to be fine. This really does contain all of it. There will not be much for cleanup after. Hey, Pathetic Puma. Solid fork looks funny. So let's see how that does. Oops. No noise. Felix freaked out a little bit when the shop vac came on. Okay, so spindle turns on. Yep. We are right there. Might be a fraction of a millimeter off. Actual cut 5 seconds, no kidding. Okay. And that is it. Nice and painless. Now my 0 coordinate here, like I said, looks like it might have been off by barely enough to even notice. Hey, Drew. Oops. Yeah, and that's it. That is it. I'm gonna try to salvage this by just, it's gonna get sandwiched on the thing anyway, so leave that right there. And then we have a little bit of cleanup with the deburring tool. But did you see anything go flying on that? Shouldn't have seen anything. It's so good. If anything, it's a little far. But it'll be fine. Like I said, I don't care if this messed up. I just need it to be able to be installed. So now I can come in here, do a little bit of that. Peel the tape off. Can always fill the gap with foam tape. There isn't going to be any exposed gap. It's not going to affect, it'll still seal. But here you see, this is just a little bit that way. So, okay, back to here. Strange shaped cat on the cat cam. What breed is it? Oh, where are you guys? So, since that's moved now, we can turn this around and I can get this vacuum hose out of my way. That worked out pretty well. I'm pretty pleased with that. Days of cutting these on a bandsaw, I guess, are done. Yeah. I mean, that would have taken a bit longer if I had to start the cam from scratch, but I just had to adjust the CAD a little bit, and that propagated to the cam. So let's get this cleaned up again. You guys aren't anywhere to be found. I probably traumatized them for a little bit. There you are. Come here, buddy. We won't see Oscar probably. Drill loads of holes and file it down. Could do that. Okay. I just need to replace that one little piece of, it does. I'm looking at CNCs. I mean, this job to begin with would have, I mean, it becomes trivial having a tool like that. Being able to modify an existing part or cut out a panel is exactly why I bought this particular tool. Now, I had a mostly printed CNC before then, but it was more of a project and I really needed it to just be a tool. Like, I have not modified this beyond adding their first party spindle option. I use it as it came from them. Now I have air assist or air chip clearing hoses installed, but modeled after the parts I bought were the ones that they had modified even theirs with. So put this thing back on here. Back in business. Oscar is a scaredy cat. He very much is. Okay, back in view. This goes on here. Bolt that down. That goes right there. Yeah, I think we're right on the money. These back on. My fab work, I had my plasma for steel and then made a CNC plasma. Yeah, a friend of mine at work he just got or he's had it for a little bit, but he got a CNC plasma and is doing awesome stuff with it. If anybody said something during all of that you want me to respond to, feel free to repeat it in chat. I could only pay so much attention. Just edit the live stream before uploading and no one will know the error. I go out of my way to not edit live streams because it gets rid of the live chat. In case I have to, that's why that's a big reason why there's an overlay. But I do not like to do that. Okay, now these stick over the edge once again because there will be other, I don't know which ones. Yeah, not that one, that one. I think there will be other ones that come along the sides and see that matches up with them. But I'm sure you didn't think I'd be breaking out a subtractive manufacturing tool today, right? What's better, playing with the Shapeoko or playing with CAD? Cool. That was perfect. Exactly. I got a 1 millimeter gap all the way around, which is the intent. Okay. Can I see that in there? Oop, it's not focusing on it, but one of the Shapeoko little brothers, the Nomad. Okay. So I am, the only thing that I'm not, as far as the only thing I would prefer to be able to do when I do something like that is be able to show all of the controls as well. But I don't have the streaming computer really set up to use that machine because it's not practical when I actually need to use it. So that's why I have the laptop there that is set up for it. Now, I'm sure there's some way that I could bring in a scene of the other laptop screen. Anybody know offhand how to do that? My vote is playing with cat. Oscar is still MIA. Oscar, everything's safe now, I promise. Just rebuilt my V2 as a Doom Cube with all new electronics. Awesome. Need a CNC oven, need to make some metal locks for drive sleds on some, push some plastic. Yes, we are getting there. We are getting there. We are almost there. So let's put our, yeah, and all these are just gonna stick out until I get the other panels. I like the look. I like the way that Yeri and team has done that. Right to there, into there. Set up Teams meeting and share screen. Might allow you to show the CNC laptop. I feel like there's something more elegant than that. I feel like there's got to be a more elegant way. Hey, Jordan. Do a video input splitter. And then at some point, I'd want to go as far as maybe over here with this filament inlet. So I'm going to cut this down just so it's not so long. Okay. That'll do for now. All of these can get put away because we're not going to actually install them today. Did you check the length before you lock the PTFE? Yeah, I had marked it before. I had marked it with a marker before I took it apart because I had it all set the last time we were working on that part of it. Point a camera at the laptop screen. The thought crossed my mind, Dave. While we were doing all that, the thought crossed my mind of seeing if I could reach with the webcam. Yeah, it looks like some sort of RDP type solution is probably the ticket. You're gonna come up here. Come up into bed. Mr. Scared of the Vacuum. You need a 10-foot USB extension. The problem is that this machine is ran directly off USB. It's tethered. So the integrity of that signal is paramount. There are reports, if you don't use, I think it's a Kingston cable or something like that that it comes with. If you don't use it, you can have dropout errors. So, oh, for the webcam, got it. If I was trying to run it directly off this machine, the USB signals might be a problem. But yes, for the webcam, that can be done. Okay, let's power it on. Doesn't OBS have some software to broadcast your screen locally on your network? Maybe. Chris, welcome. Welcome, welcome. Did I show, since we see Chris here, did I show everybody this Chris made and sent out? Black box serial number 3. Nice little Is this produced on the pecker? Stream Deck should allow multiple inputs to capture. It is very clean. It's a fiber laser that is produced on a MOPA by Turtle Crawler. Oh, okay. Nice. Okay, we are on. We are on. And my way with words. Did you get your Christmas card present from Jason? I did. I did. I got a cool, do I have them out here? I don't have any of it out here. A very cool little crystal plaque and a phone charger thing and a really cool little ratcheting wrench. Okay, let's bring this up. Do we call this salad fork.local? It is working. Incompatible software versions still, but I haven't tried to fix that yet. But let's just make sure if we home all, it is going to home all. It's a type of fiber laser. I like that the card was handwritten, or last time was. The rest is nice. Yeah. Yep. All of the homing. All of the homing is good. And we should be able to do a G32, which will trim the bed. And that was at 0.13 deviation, so it's going to do it again. That one was at 0.0102, so just missed the 0.01 tolerance, so it's going to do it one more time. Seems makes me want to build another tiny T, but I must resist. Apparently it was off that, what was that one? 0.008. Oh, that's right, because Nergolrot's setup was a little finer, a little less than 0.01. 0.008 is what it ended up at. What's this solid fork build volume? I was looking it up and some say 180. So this particular one is the 120 version, Travis. There is a, there are multiple sizes available. The 150, 160 was the standard, but they've released a 180 version. But there are probably not any kits out there yet for the 180 version. I don't think so. Okay, so last stream, as far as setup goes, we went through and did, made it home, made it be able to do a, the 3 lead screw tramming. I'm not gonna do a bed mesh on this because it's 120 millimeter volume. So the next things we need to do are in areas of like PID tuning and our extruder steps per millimeter calibration. And then we should be able to push some plastic with it. So let's go out and look up some documentation to do that. Hey, Ricky B. And realize that we have an hour and 23 minutes until Polymaker Filament giveaway time. So link is in the pinned post and the description. It is working. We have a bunch of entries. So, okay. So first thing I want to do is make sure that we have the extruder, like the thermistor calibration set up correctly, according to, so we're going to go to the E3D documentation first. So we're going to go to the E3D setup documentation, I think. Help Center. No taco Santa hat. I don't have a taco Santa hat. I have a taco hat, but I don't have a Santa hat. And I certainly don't have a taco Santa hat. $180mm bed with a 64-point level check. And we're gonna go here. Heater core, what is in here? What is this? HT, high temp hot side data sheets. Let's look at the heater core data sheets. I wonder what's in here. I've not actually looked at this. We have a temperature sensor type, which is a 104 NT. Do they have a firmware considerations? Temperature sensor. Now that's interesting. I've had discussions with E3D on this, with what particular 104 variant is in the Revo. And it says here a 104 NT. And there is a difference between the 104 NT and a GT. But if you scroll down here, it says for Marlin use the 104 GT. I wonder what's up with that. See the Marlin documentation. We're gonna go with the 104 NT because that's what they say it is, but add your new Christmas ornament to it and you're done. So is this linked directly to it? Let's open that in a new tab. So we want more stuff over there. Connecting thermistors and PT100 temperature sensors. This has always been kind of a confusing point for me for RepRap Firmware, is how to properly define temperature sensors. So this will be good to go over. There's a difference, Marlin Clipper on that page, Marlin GT Clipper NT. I know, I saw that. So the inconsistency there is, I'll have to poke Mike over there and see if he can explain it. There's Oscar. There he is in the corner of the screen and exiting right. They have decided they don't want the warmth of the bed today, apparently. Okay, firmware configuration for this. In RepRap Firmware, first create a sensor using M308, then assign it to a heater using M950. So thermistor and heater examples. Configuring multiple. Remapping temperature sensors to different pins. Configuring a temperature sensor with no heater. Thermistor parameters. This is what we want to see. Thermistor parameters. The parameters in M308 command define the temperature sensor characteristics. For example, to set the first hot end thermistor parameters, use a command like this. The S parameter is the sensor number the command applies to. The P parameter defines the pins. The Y is the sensor type. So it's a thermistor, and the T means that the resistance at 25C is 100,000 ohms. So we have, and one's here, a 104 GT, but I don't know where we would find the one for the, if it's different for a 104 NT. Parameter resistance is 10,000 and the B parameter is 4725. The B parameter means that the thermistor B value over the temperature range of interest is 4725. The B values quoted in the thermistor data sheets are typically quoted over a range of 25 to 75, which may be okay for a bed thermistor, but is too low a range for a hot end thermistor. That's why the B values recommended by RepRap Firmware differ from values in the data sheet. So how do you actually determine that? You're going to PID tune anyway, Steve, so as long as you get it close, it'll be fine. Will it though? That I don't know that I agree with that statement. I don't know that I agree with that statement, but we'll go with it for now. I do want to look up the data sheet for this and just see what it says. Just for, let's go data sheet. And it wants, oh, I wanted a NT. Why did I get, oops. I wanted this. NT data sheet, not GT data sheet. NT 42, okay, Mauser should have a data sheet. Hey, Hasio. And data sheet. Okay, lots of info here. The 104 NT, and there's a 42. It's 20 at 25C, it's 100 K ohms. But then the B value is really close to what the RepRap firmware is asking for. B value calculated from range rated zero, calculated from rated 0 power resistance at each temperature. Interesting. That is really close. What do they have for the, they don't have a GT here. So I am going to look at, because that's pretty much what 4725 for a GT. I'm going to go ahead and use this 4267 because it is the 42, right? Yeah, 42G. So we're going to use this 4267, but it's still 100K. So we go to Solid Fork, go to System, go to Config, and the 308 command is where this is, right? Sensors, 308, thermistor, and we're gonna grab 4267. I don't know, don't quote me on this, and that's for the hot end. The ADC one is the bed. I wanna see what this does. What do you think, Nargarat? Am I following along? Am I following some reasonable path here? If I don't typo it anyway. And then the bed. I have no idea what thermistor this bed is using. This is a Honey Badger bed. See if I can read, see if it's printed on it. I don't know what they're using. I'm going to guess that it's going to be close. So we're gonna leave that one. Bed isn't as critical. So let's save this. Restart the main board. Okay. And then we are going to do a PID tune. So testing temperature sensors, temperature calibration and ADC tuning. So semi-auto, manual calibration. Should be fine. Where is, here, let's do a search. PID. How do I do a PID tuning? Set PID parameters. Let's go here. Thermistor 5 and Marlin applies to both GT, NT, 4267. Hey, Keith. Cool. How do we actually run a PID tune in this? I want to do a, when the M307 command is used to define the heater model, or from the default heater model, you can use M301 to override those. Where am I looking for M307, it said. What was M307? Should be right here. PID. Tuning the heater temperature control. Heater's tuning. How the heater control operates. Setting the model parameters by auto tuning. Here we are, M303, auto tune heater 1. And we want to auto tune, is that heater 1? Heaters, heater 1. Okay, so that's the, heater 1 is the hot end. So we are going to do M303 H1 S220. M303 H1 S220. So now this should run through auto tuning heater 1 using target temperature 220 and PWM 01. Do not leave printer unattended. The hot end fan turned on. And you can see the red line there right below chat is raising. Hey, Miss Lee Marie. Welcome. No cats in the bed yet. Well, at least Felix is being nice and being in camera view. Come over here. Come on. Come on. You know you want to sleep there. You know you want to get up there. Come on. Do you need a little encouragement? Nope. They're just not interested in the bed today. Remember, if you're hot end, you want to tune the tool so you can mount and make sure your fans are working before you PID tune. So you can amount of make sure. You got a typo there somewhere. So it's going through the fluctuating temperatures. Okay, so that's done, and it's given us some parameters. So now we can do an M500 to save those. And then we can do that M303. No, I didn't mean to start that. I just wanted to select it. Thanks for the gifted memberships. I need to redo this by tuning the tool, not the heater. Redo this, keep reading the documentation for M303. It'll tell you need to do an M303 T0. Well, thank you. So running auto tune, so tuning the tools then. Also allows for tuning a tool rather than just a heater, which tunes the heater with related fans both off and on. The purpose of this is to allow the heater control to implement feed forward, which monitors fan PWM changes and adjusts the heater power before the PID algorithm recognizes that something has changed. Oh, tune the primary heater of tool 0. Now, is it a good idea to let this cool down in between? Okay, so this is, oh, it didn't. Auto tune canceled because starting temperature is not stable. Perfect. So now we can rerun this, and it's already getting down to, we're going to rerun this at T0, which is what this says. So M303 T0 at, I don't know why they changed their example to 205, but we'll do it at the same 220 temperature. I'm going to let this get a little closer to 60C before I start that, I think. Just arbitrary number. The nice thing about the Revo is how quickly, or any of these low mass hot ends, how quickly they heat up and cool down. Okay, so let's run that now. Auto tuning heater 1 using target temperature and PWM. So it's doing the same thing, but will we get a part cooling fan starting up? Is that what it's as part of the T0? Hey, that's not nice. That's not nice. Come here. I don't often get him picked up. The little bully. A little bully. Had 3 Steve streams open at the same time and forgot which one was live. Yep, and he's done. Why don't you go there? Get comfortable in the bed. Yeah, Oscar bit my finger. Oscar put a scratch on my stomach today. I was trying to trim his nails and he wasn't having that. Trim his claws. Now he gets rewarded for being the bully. Probably just want to PID tune the bed while the hot end cools off so you can redo the hot end. Well, did it get cold enough? I mean, it was down below 60C. Cob box in the background. Well, that car is gone. I sold that car, but yes, it was very voided warranty. How quick are you doing the box turtle? I don't know. I don't have the kit yet. I've selected the frame color for it, but I have not received a shipping notification, so it is not scheduled yet. Maybe start printing parts though. Oh, should I? Should I really start printing parts yet? Ooh, ouch. Test drove a 2025 Civic Hybrid Touring last week. Wow. You liked it? I'm pretty pleased with we bought a Civic Sport Touring 6-speed for my wife. It's a 2024. We bought it about last May, I think it was. I like it. I'm not a big fan of modern music, and also I am old. Oh, yep, there goes the part cooling fans. Measuring with fan on. Hey, Jakub. I did get a black frame. I don't know what color I may do. I've got a couple of filaments I want to do more with. Like I did the positron in that Starlight or the Polymaker special filament from Ajax. I need to do another project with that because I didn't do much with it. And I need to do a project with the orange from Z-Run Show. I just don't know which. Ricky B, thanks for the gifted memberships. Okay, so that finished. So now we're gonna send this M500 to save that. Got the new PZ probe and spotted a sticker highlighting the 5-volt requirement. Yes, that was exactly my doing, my mistake. It should say 5 volts only, hashtag extra 19 volts, like with a cross through it or something. 19 extra volts. Polymaker metallic blue ABS, pop pink ASA accent. Nice. Okay, so M500 there. And then M303H0S60 for the bed. Get the bed tuning going. Have you printed from ABS Novofill yet? No. That is sitting right here, I think. Is that this right? Yeah, I have not. It's a good blue though. Yep, that's heating up. More people, yeah. Mine was just very public. Extra 19 volts not required. Not recommended. So PID tuning the bed now. While we're doing that, let's look up the data sheet for the Revo Roto to see a starting point for the steps per millimeter value here. Firmware. Thermal settings, firmware, Revo Roto firmware. Is that a steps per millimeter? At 16 microsteps is 2682. Hybrid Robotics, thanks for becoming a member. And hello. Too many angry pixies for the space allotted. Nope. Hot end just cooled down. Oh, now it's... Yep, cool. Oscar. Do you guys see that? You can probably see that. Hey, Biney. Still doing the bed. Still heating up. Oscar. Okay. Stop it. Stop it. Oscar is being a poop. I hope they grow out of it soon. Because honestly, I think Felix's general attitude is being impacted. Most of the time they're fine. But they do get, oh, Felix is having enough. He was doing the little sideways, raising the paw, getting ready to smack Oscar. Now Felix pounced on Oscar, so that's good. Felix has got the upper hand. They're definitely working out the pecking order. Mm-hmm. Oh, they've been fixed. They've been fixed since 10 weeks old. TR. That was a condition of getting them from the shelter. The shelter doesn't allow them to go until they're fixed. So we got them at 10 weeks. Yeah, Felix has got the upper hand over there right now. My uneducated preference is early fixing on the male cats. So I don't know if that's truly good or not, but okay. Fix them before the spraying starts. Mm-hmm. Yep. Charlie was fixed a little later than these two were. I think probably around the 3.5 month old range is when Charlie was fixed. And he never sprayed. Name a few people I'd recommend for early fixing. It's gone through a few cycles here. Now Oscar's got the upper hand. Felix got away. Oh, and Oscar's walking away. Says, okay. Oh, new thing to play with. There he is. Oh, bed. Received the 2 spools of filament I'm going to use for my rook parts. Awesome. What colors? Ooh, did I just get a little pause there in the stream? Stream health. Says it's healthy. Okay. Says it's healthy. We're gonna find here. Okay. Polymaker Galaxy ASA blue and green. Yeah. The blue is what I've got my my heat set press is Galaxy ASA Galaxy blue. Says I'm live, saw no blip. Okay. Cool. This has got to be close to done. It's nice and toasty. I think the colors will look really great. Awesome. Yeah, they will look good. I did the Galaxy Green on the VZBot build. Just picked up another poly dryer and Galaxy ASA red. That Galaxy ASA red is a really good red. That's what I did the Phoenix here. All the red accent parts on here are Polymaker Galaxy red. All the black is a combination of Sparta 3D, Obsidian black, and what is it, Galactic black from West 3D, Ambrosia. They're basically the same color. They're interchangeable. So what I used up the rest of my Sparta 3D that I had, and then I transitioned over to the West 3D stuff on it. Sitting next to each other, you can't tell the difference. Both Warrens and Box Turtle are printed in the Polymaker Galaxy red. We done? Phase 3. Most of my stuff is either Fusion or Ambrosia. Can I see that red up close? Just got a roll yesterday. It's foil, so I can't see color. Do I have anything handy that's not on the printer? Maybe. Piece. That. Hey, Kenneth. What I'm hearing is we need to get you more Sparta 3D. I use Sparta 3D. I mean, my take on Filament for the most part is I go by color and material type. So I have Sparta 3D in my collection. I've got KVP, I've got Ambrosia, I've got Fusion, I've got Polymaker. All the filaments. I have like, I'm sure I'm approaching 350 rolls of filament. Finally figured out why I cannot install the new filament cutter sensor on my P1S. Bamboo sent me the sensor for the A1. Oops! Have an orange hue. The camera, it's hard to tell from the camera too. Don't trust the color reproductions of the cameras and the lighting. So it's a great red though. Maybe a tiny bit of orange, sure. But that's not a bad thing. I had quite a few rolls, but Micron has used 5 rolls. Wow. It's still measuring. I do need to figure out which printer I'm going to put the Box Turtle on so I can figure out which toolhead cutter I need to configure it for. Delivered a tank. Wow. Make 2 box turtles, 1 for each tool head on the Phoenix. Yeah. Hey, buddy. Oh, I need to... Yeah. He is starting to shed. I noticed that. There's a lot of Oscar hairs on the salad fork because he had jumped up onto the workbench last night when I was getting things prepped and left behind his mark. Until the snapping turtle toolhead cutter is released. Does it Felix ever sit on Oscar? If so, does he then become Oscar Couch? How's the Tridex doing? It's there. I haven't messed with it. In spite of him acting a little like he's not super happy right now, Oscar, he loves belly scratches. He loves belly scratches. Anyway. There we go. Is this done? There we are. It's done. Yay. M500. Now that that's saved, let's go into the config. And for our steps per millimeter, we are at, where is that set? Okay, here's our extruder, E16, so 16 microsteps, and steps per millimeter is 420. We want to change that to 2682, according to E3D documentation. So set the extruder to 2682. There's a build volume of the solid fork. My solid fork is 120 millimeter cube, but more typical is 150, 160, or 180, depending on when you built it and what spec you went to. Back on the Tridex, I think my ultimate plans on the Tridex is actually to turn it into a two-tool tool changer. Retaining the hybrid Core XY, or similar, retaining the existing gantry, but setting it up with as a Core XY with Y assist. Similar to a build that was at Smurf. Anyway, so I know I need to mess with it as it is. Let's save this. Start command board. Hey, Jason. It can be built as a 180. Yep. So now we can do some extruder calibrations. So let's get the tool up to temperature, set it active. That will heat it up, and then we need to get some filament to do some tests. Some first prints on this are going to be with this really nice cookie CAD. What is this? Green Apple Elixir. Okay. Now I was printing this on my, I was printing with this on my Legacy. So I just had to cut off this much of the filament because it's ran through an extruder, and you don't want to use filament that's run through an extruder already for calibration. So I'll just get rid of this. Hey, well, Jackie. This is a great green color though. It's got a, look at that shimmer. Look at that shimmer. What is going on, Felix? I'm gonna open the door just in case. I mean, these guys have been so active. I don't want to lock them away from their litter box. So let them have their comings and goings. If they were sleeping, it's another story, but they've been so active, they may want something. For a whack of those clips. These clips are so nice. People love them. I print these for folks at work, and I just have a little bin that when I get around to printing a bunch of them, I'll put them in and they go quick. This is a PLA. This is not a ABS or ASA. This is PLA. So as you see. I also been trying to get this model. I've printed this before. It's my own model. It's a cubicle headphone hook, and it's print in place, and then this is supposed to rotate, and then it hooks on the cubicle wall for hanging headphones. And for some reason, every one I've printed lately is fused on the print in place spot, and I'm not sure why. It was printing fine, and suddenly on different printers, it's fusing. Different filaments, different printers. Okay, so let's grab some. We want a filament holder. Here we go. My MMU2 filament holder works pretty well. And then we're gonna pull this out. Get that out of the way. And put this in here. Okay, we're done. It's extruded filament. It's extruded filament. Time to peel. No. Just drove like crazy so I could get home and partake in the stream on a non-mobile device, only to find out the power's out at the house. Oh! Slicer bridging settings. I haven't changed anything is the thing, Admiral Adama. I haven't explored it a whole lot. I need to figure it out, but I was puzzled on why it wasn't printing well. Okay, so let's see how close this is. Possible something in an update, but who knows? Yeah, I'm very, very puzzled. So let's just do a quick measure to the top of this. Yeah, we'll do it to the top of that. And do a little market. Let's just do it at 100. See where it is. And then extrude 50 millimeters. Oh. Okay, so let's go in here and let's send a G91 for relative. And I think we can do this in the dashboard. We can extrude 50 millimeters, and you can't see that but there's a 50 there at only 2 millimeters per second. And why are we have to choose okay, we have to activate the tool by clicking on it, and then we can extrude. So I'm gonna hold this so there's no resistance on that, and extrude. So now it is extruding at 2 millimeters per second, 50 millimeters. Hackney versus classic wall generator. I will check. New versions of Slicer come out with more features. It pushes my extruder more. Pre-pepper cell is running low on my hot sauces. Nice. So still. That is going awfully slow. Is it going at all? I feel like it's done, but it didn't extrude 50 millimeters. What did I miss? It extruded 8. It extruded 8. What did I miss? Let's find out. So here, it should have been nominal steps per millimeter at 16 times micro steps. It's 2682. That's rotation distance. Acceleration, retraction, okay. So we had set, go to system and config. No, it's engaged. It's not open. 16 microsteps. You see what I did there? No, you can't because I hit it. I screwed up. No, I screwed up. Yeah, we're setting the drive current to way too much. I think this was, what was that before? What did we have that set to before? Configure steps per millimeter. 2682, is that what it was? 2682. M906, what is this? Let's go over here. M906, M906. Is this in milliamps? M906, set motor currents. The values are in milliamps, okay. And they recommend do not exceed 420. So let's put that at 400 milliamps. So let's go E 400. Yeah. Oops. Save. I hope I didn't screw something up. It's not warm, so, well, it's warm, but it's not hot. Let's put this back to 220, turn it on, activate the tool head. and an extra 2.2 amps. Extra 26 or 2200. Okay, let's try that again. Let me remeasure this. Let me put this back to, where'd the pen go? There we go. Yeah, oops. Oops. Dashboard, 50 millimeters at 2, and extrude. Okay, it's moving. You just pull the Mars rover, do the math in inches and enter it in millimeters. No, I just entered it into the wrong value. There we go. So now, take my ruler. That is dead on 50. It's perfect. That is dead on. So looking at, because obviously the mark from a Sharpie is fairly wide, but looking at it being really centered on the 100 before, it's centered on the 50 now. That's pretty good. That is dead on. That is dead on. Perfect. So, can we print? Can we get going? Get ready to print? Yeah, let's get a slicer set up for this. Clearly you did that for our benefit and showing us what not to do. That's exactly it. Okay, so now let's retract. And we're going to run it through the Bowden tube. There we go. Okay, let's get this set up. I am going to clean this real quick. Hope I have some appropriate soap in here. Do I? No. Let me clean this real quick because I don't want to. I'll be right back. Be right back. Okay, that took a whole lot longer than it should have because my son decided that apparently he needed to use all the hot water in his shower. I'm sure others can relate. Okay, so clean that. That is the custom cut V0 size bed from a Prusa sheet. So it is a the Prusa texture that I love so much. So let's put this here. This up through here. And we can just move this to the back here. And just set that something like that. And then that'll work. There we go. So it is loaded. It does not need to be sitting there at 220. So let's put it at a standby temperature. Hey, Kilroy. Okay, what are we going to print? What are we going to print? And am I missing anything that we should be doing before we get this going for printing? We could print a dyno clip. A big old bag of cheese. Print a taco Santa hat. One of the croc clips. I like that idea. So let's go here. Let's move this over because I was just printing parts on the Mark IV. So let's just grab one of my V0 profiles, I think. The V0 Gold is the one I usually print with. Mini Oscar. mini Bully Cat. And then a V0, do I have a PLA? That's probably close enough. We'll tweak these. And a V0, sure, we'll change a lot of this stuff. Oh, input shaper. That's right. Tohos. Have you asked Max to do a selection of dances for next year's? I should. We didn't do input shaper setup. Let's do that. Let's do that before we actually print. We have 26 minutes till Polymaker filament giveaway. Let's set up input shaper. Which means we want to update this to the new firmware. So let's pause printing and let's go ahead and cool stuff down. Turn everything off. And let's go to the documentation. And what is this? This is an SBC mode. Set up for Duet 3. There is a command. Now I want to do this. This is something I wanted to get done in this stream. We extruded plastic, but we want to still do it in an organized fashion, in a controlled manner. So there were update commands. Set up Wi-Fi, connect single board computer, first boot, troubleshooting, accessing SBC, useful commands, update the firmware. This is where we want to go. Mini Oscar and the murder mittens. Send you a file to print if you like. It's hot sauce handle. About an hour print. I'll check it out. But let's get this going. And I see your DM. So once your Raspberry Pi has established an internet connection, it's recommended to install the latest updates. In RepRap Firmware 3.5 and later, users running the latest bookworm-based Duet Pi image can use M997S2 to install the latest DSF and security-related packages. This can take a few minutes. Switch between releases. This is what we want. M997F, and we want the version. So where do we get that version parameter? Getting from Buster to Bookworm, that's not what we want. So where do we get, I thought there was a link. I thought I saw, here we are. For the full list, see this page, let's go here. Open link in new tab. Supported codes, requirements, build instructions, but we want the 3.6. Which one do we want? 3.6 dev? Is that what we want to get to? This might be a little different because we have to see what Team Gloomy has actually released, right? Let's look at the Team Gloomy documentation. Because this isn't all, let's go here. RepRap Firmware Team Gloomy. Let's go here. And latest firmware, latest unstable, which is 3.6 beta 2. And is there a... That's a link to it. What does this pull up? Pulls this up. Upgrade information. Use the Team Gloomy docs. Yeah. Wi-Fi users upgrading to update from versions prior to 3.5. No. To update from version, do the following. Download the STM from this release. Go to machine settings and upload it. SBC users upgrading. So far, so good. Yeah. We're going to go to 3.6 beta 2, which looks like it's ready here. Because there's been some improvements in the input shaper stuff. So, and we want to go straight to it. Firmware names. So, SBC users upgrading. There's a page for each board on the wiki to help you upgrade in SBC mode. Use the side menu to find your board and look for the upgrade page. To update from version 3.5 and later, do the following. Download the file, go to machine settings, run the following command. To upgrade from later. What is the difference here? To update from version 3.5 and later, do the following. Is this supposed to be earlier? And this is later. So it says for each board in the wiki. So let's go into the wiki. Let's go to the Fly Super 5, 3.5 and above. Upgrading SBC mode from an... I don't think that's really what we want, but I think this will do. The number changes in the way RepRap Firmware builds. Main changes are, so upgrading. Team Gloomy per board firmware. The latest stable firmware can be found here, and the latest unstable firmware zip can be found here. So let's go here to the unstable firmware. Open a new tab. And this is 3.6 beta 2. Firmware names. So I'm going to download this guy. Save this. Save this to the solid fork. RepRap Firmware. STM32 RepRap Firmware. Save. With all the changes described above, here are the steps required to upgrade the firmware. Click on the machine-specific page in DWC and then install Update button. After uploading the new zip file, DWC will not ask you to install it. You need to use this and this command to trigger the install. Once the main board is updated and rebooted, upgrade the DSF using the script detailed here. Okay? You're in SBC mode, so there's a simple script to do this. It's in the documentation, but I believe it's RRF upgrade. Then the version number or unstable, depending on what you want to do. So do I still upload this? So do I still upload this file that I just downloaded? This is upgrade the DSF using the script detailed here, but once that zip file has been uploaded, right? So we should go here and go to the firmware directory, right? Is that what it said? Where was it? On the machine specific page in DWC, and then install update. Machine specific, and then install update. There we are. And projects. What's broken with it? Oh, I don't know. Solid fork, RepRap firmware, and this is what we just, so let's open that. It's grabbing all the things. Install updates. Do we? After uploading, DWC will not ask you to install it. Will now ask you to install it? I think I want to run this. No, let's do this. There. Hey, Down Under Maker. Incompatible software versions, that's okay right now, I think. We are now on the fly, we're there. Now we've got a script. It's detailed here, updating DSF. A script, so we get into SSH. So I'm SSH'd into the solid fork now, and we are going to, script has been provided to make updating a version. It's a lot easier, although we don't make any changes to DSF to make it compatible. Script allows you to easily upgrade or downgrade. To download the script onto your SPC, run the following code only once. To use it, now I've already done this. Is this the thing I've already done? Does this matter if this gets done again? Because I did this in the initial setup of this. So then we would run RRF upgrade latest unstable. Yeah, I've already done this. So now I think I can copy this and we're gonna change this to unstable according to this. Argument must always be added to the end so it knows which version to install. If you're wanting to upgrade, downgrade to a specific version, you can also pass the version number. Yeah, I think this will work. The script requires root privileges, trying to use sudo. Okay, it's looking promising. These name changes, people. Unpacking. Oh, see, it's doing 3.6 beta 2 over 3.5.4. So this is good, right? Cannot connect to the duet, timeout while waiting for transfer ready pin. We had that before. What was What was the deal with that? Job for Duet control server service failed because the control process exited with error code. Let's let this go through. So what happened there? And where are we at with what happened? Let's see if it reconnects. Attempting to reconnect. Connection lost. Attempting to reconnect. It should have connected. Just reboot. We did that last time to get it fixed. Okay. Let's do a sudo reboot. Is the error in the pie a transfer ready pin error? Let's reboot and see what happens. Is that a voice to text error there or error? No, all right. Let's see what happens when we reboot. It's coming up. Yeah, I'm on my phone because my power's out. Yeah. It's trying to connect. It's not connecting. Let's reconnect here. It is not liking this. We broke it. We got 10 minutes till Polymaker Filament giveaway. We broke it. Did I do something wrong? So I copied the zip file and then went in and ran the script. Should I try rerunning this script? Let's see what happens. Just rerun the script after a reboot. I think last time we had to do an actual power cycle. So if this doesn't work, we'll try a power cycle. Already the newest version. Oh, it means it's already downloaded. But the control process exited with an error code. Let's scroll up here. Was there an error up here? No error until it said it ended with an error code. Oops. Does it require running with sudo? Mm-mm. It didn't last time. Hey, Keyban. But I do remember us having, yeah, I do remember us having an issue where we had to do an actual power cycle before something worked. Power it off. Give it a moment. Power it back on. You can also look at the journal CLT or whatever the silly Linux command to look at the logs is called. The Duet software framework service and see what error is throwing. Oh, it has that. I think it has that there for details. Powering on. Okay, let's see. Oh, it reestablished connection. Let's see where we're at on the... So Duet software framework got up to date. Duet web control has not. Should I try running that command again? We got DSF is up to date and the main controller is up to date. You know. Should I try running that again? See if we get an error-free run of it. Let's try this again. See if we get an error-free version of it. Super easy and stable. It's because he wants a Pi. The Pi, yes, adds a whole other level of complication. You're absolutely right. No, that didn't fix those errors. Is it at least reconnecting? Where am I then? Yeah, this script isn't working very well for... That's doing that. This is not. So let's go back and shut it down and reboot. Power back up. I want my screen though. I like my touch screen. Okay, it's up. Oh, working on it. Incompatible software versions. Looks like the update script is failing for some reason. That's turning off Duet software framework. Yeah, Duet software. Oh, there, Duet web control is updated now. So now all I have to do is update the toolboard. Try restarting the service, rebooting the Pi. Yeah. So we're getting there. So now, what is the? If we go back to here and go to the CAN FD toolboards. And what do we have? Download a copy of the beta, duet web control and the toolboard firmware and upload them directly. So it sounds like all I need to do is a toolboard now. So, sounds like all I need is the toolboard, and it should actually be in the system firmware directory. It should be here, right? This guy. So how do I update that thing? What was the pin names, connecting, general information? It is the fly RRF, right? Yeah. Fan MOSFETs, fan voltage, updating the toolboard firmware, M997B124, and it will update. There we are. So we should be able to go here and here. Let's see what that does. So 124 is the CAN ID, and 124 is the default one for RP2040 based boards. Now, that did not update there, so let's go back to, and let's actually upload the, make sure that we have it. Oh, change the name of the file. Change, okay, let's go back here. Before, after. Using DWC, upload the latest firmware file to the system tab. Once uploaded, it will update. This assumes your board is the default CAN address, the updating time. Okay, so let's go back to download the file. Should be in the zip file you download whenever you put it for the toolboard, wherever. Well, I uploaded it to the, here, let's do this. Let's just make sure that we're getting the right thing. If we go here and we go into the file I downloaded, the Fly36 RRF, this is the file. This is the file that we want. Let's copy this out. Let's replace that. What? Why does that have an 11/15 date now? It is an 11/15 date. Why is it an 11/15 date? This is the correct file. It's the one that I downloaded today. So I think that's just it. So if we go to system firmware directory and upload a firmware file, we should be able to get this guy, open it, and install them now. Will that work? M997B124 is what it just ran. So, yeah, release date. Apply new configuration. Do we need to reboot for this to show up? Let's just restart here. There we are. There we are. We are now at 3.6 beta 2 on everything. Cool. I'm going to just do a power cycle on this. So just shut down. I have a macro there to shut down the Pi. So shut down and power it back on. And now, while that's booting, let's go here and we're going to search for input shaping. And let's see what we need to do to get this set up. Hey, friction. Page describes reasons. What is ringing? What is input shaping? How do I use it? Install and configure your accelerometer and capture some data as described here. There's a DWC plugin. So we want to configure our accelerometer, and I think we're going to get some of that information here. So let's see. This is the Team Gloomy docs again. The board booted. Everything is showing the correct versions. We are happy again. So let's go back to here. Fan MOSFETs, is there anything? Accelerometer configuration. Whole little page here. The Fly RF36 has an onboard accelerometer, which is compatible with RepRap Firmware. Firmware configuration. Changes shown below are to be made to the config G, assuming that the toolboard uses the default CAN address of 124. So this is an example command would be correct address. Okay. We're going to look up this M955 command, but we're going to copy this into our... Oh, it is Polymaker. Oh, it's 5 minutes past Polymaker filament time. Okay, I'll have to make up for it in the 3 seconds. Let's go in here. Okay. Filament giveaway time. And then after this, we'll get the accelerometer set up, run it, whatever it does to run it, and then we'll do a print. So let's clear out last week's names. Oh, I'm sure somebody reminded me, but okay. As always, just spin. I am going to close the form when we have not had a new entry in 3 seconds. It might be a quicker 3 seconds, but then again, it might not. So get your entries in now. Link is in the pin post and the description. We are going to start our countdown at 3 and 2. 3, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1, half. I'll hope that guy Drew doesn't win. Reverse psychology. Oh, there was a new one. 3, 2, 1, 3, 2, 1. Could be a random number gen. 3, 2, 1, and oh yeah, I've got to go through extra clicks now, huh? And it's always the longest 3 seconds. 3. You notice my tone changes when it's the last one. So 3, 2, 1, done. 3, 2, 1, 3. I had to find where I'm supposed to click, so, and someone snuck in there. 3, 3, 2, 1, done. There we go. Now it's done. Save. Link to sheets. And create. Okay, I realize now, so I'm learning, because they changed this sometime before last week's giveaway. They changed Google Forms the way it works. You have to publish a form in order to make submissions, where it used to be just a slider. You submit, accept or deny, or close, open or close the form. But now I realize I can actually open up the little window then, and I can still see the counter. So then I can not have to go through extra clicks before I actually close it. So I'm learning. Hungolian was the first person in the form. Who got in at the very last? Staples. Thunder Keys, you were third from last. We need a number between 1 and 21. 1 and 21. 21 was the shortest day of the year. Yesterday. 1 and 21. 1 and 21. Who do we got here? Dopey, you say 21, so we'll do 21. 1, 2, 3. And hey, Taco, I saw your name in there. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. And spin. Castat, are you here? Congratulations. But you have 2 minutes to say something in chat to validate your name. Castat, are you here? Congrats. If you're in the US or Canada, it is a coupon to the Polymaker store. Now, have they changed it if you're outside the US or Canada? Castat, there you are. Congrats. Once again, I am prepared. We get instant gratification. Whoa, what happened? As soon as I get this, there we go. And we get this recorded. There you are. Let me get the email. Ooh, everything's in place. Email's correct. Okay, you should have an email. Congrats. And unpin and delete from the description. And save. Awesome. Hey, Reth. Nice surprise while building. It's a sign. Nice. Very nice. Let's close this and delete that now. Now we can close that. Okay, back to this. We are going to now go down here to the oh, Martin, happy holidays. Yep, happy holidays. Is there anything in here already for, what was that command? M955. Did we already have heater, fans, tools? Just make sure an M955 isn't already defined. There it is. M955 was already defined, and it's already what I was just going to type. So this is already configured, the accelerometer, it's already configured on here. I saw the thumbnail for Albert's printer, but I haven't watched the video yet, Nuno. Does it look cool? You say it looks cool. Does it really look cool? I met Albert. I've seen Albert twice in the last 2 months. FormNext and Smurf. Okay, what else do we have to do? Okay, so if we go back to the hate doing woodwork in the garage, gets sawdust all over filaments and printers. I've started cutting stuff outside. Where were we? Connecting to an accelerometer. Did that. And then we set up the DWC input shaper plugin. Hey, Keith. So input shaping describes the set of algorithm starting from the input shaper plugin can be installed. To install the input shaper plugin, download the latest release version and plugins. So let's go over here. So we don't need to do anything with the config. It's already done. If we go plugins, input shaping. All of this is set up. It looks like it's all 3.6 beta 2 things there. So do we just start? Plugin is started. Okay. Now we have input shaping down here. So what input shaping is not configured, record a new motion profile to set it up. If we click record, the wizard lets you collect motion profiles using an accelerometer to tune input shaping. Motion profile number 1, input shaper none. So machine is not homed. So it's home all. Okay. Anybody who's familiar with this, let me know if I need to read something more before I actually start poking buttons, but it says ready to record data. So, okay, press next to continue. And it's the accelerometer. Here you can define different moves for the data collection. Tool 0, and we're doing tool 0 for both of them. End position, start position, end position. I don't know. This machine appears to have expansion boards with embedded accelerometers. If you're operating a tool changer, it is recommended to set the corresponding tool for each accelerometer. Center unused axes before each move. Okay. Capture data during the whole length of the move. Machine record a new motion profile as soon as next is clicked. X-axis, center unused axes before each move. And I know this looks a little weird because our actual range of travel is a little different on this machine because there's a lot of over travel. So let's just say next and see what happens. And probably I'm going to hit next, but it's probably going to be more interesting to look, see what's going on. So let's do that and that, that. Finish for Trident, Dopey Lee, awesome. Share wisdom and time, hope to have a serial soon. Great, congrats. I'm gonna click next. Recording motion profile number 1 is complete. Okay. Whew. Almost 120 at Fahrenheit in Australia. Wow. Okay. So that did that. And it says finish. No shaping, 2 moves. Okay, let's go look at this. Determine reading frequencies. Let's look at the documents. Before you start recording samples, you must have an accelerometer connected and configured. We do. If you already know the frequencies you wish to cancel out, an accelerometer is not required. The input shaping plugin allows you to collect motion profiles easily to show which frequencies are excited during a long move. To begin, navigate to the input shaper and make sure currently configured input shaper is set to none. If it isn't set to none, you can click on apply next to it. This way you can get a base profile that does not have any frequency shaper applied. Okay. Next, press record motion profile. To open a wizard that will guide you through the process of data collection. If you have a valid setup with at least one accelerometer, the first page should look like this. If an invalid configuration, on the next page you can set up the moves for the data collecting among a few other things. You just need to look at the motion analysis tab. Moves to perform, data collection. Oh, the motion, motion analysis tab. That's where I'm at. Ah, okay. Motion analysis tab for profile 1. Okay. Estimate shaper effect. I don't know what. So next is finish data collection enables. You can cancel data collection at any time by clicking cancel. When the base profile is complete, you can see a new item in the list on the left. When you click on the item, all the accelerometer profiles are automatically downloaded, analyzed, and displayed. Usually you can ignore frequencies below 10 Hz because they originate from the move. So we can compare the different input shapers with the center frequency set to apply a given shaper. Just click apply. Our pool is unheated. So how do I actually, this is what's next. I just need, how do I actually use this? I know I should, I need to read all of this and absorb it, but is there a quick, like, you do this and just use it? Or how do I actually utilize this? New item on the list, when you click on an item, the accelerometer files are automatically. So if we go here, what do we, if we apply that, does it, I don't see what it, oh, okay, so that's down there. But do I have to be, do you have to be fully familiar with how this works and what you're looking at in order to actually use this? For it to be practical. Get this. See you, Andres. Talk about happy holidays. Hey, Donald. I don't quite get how to apply it. I don't understand the basis here. And understand, I'm coming into this cold. So you can cancel data collection at any time. Data evaluation. When the base profile is complete, you can see a new item on the list on the left. When you click on an item, all the accelerometer files are automatically downloaded, analyzed, and displayed. Okay, but what does that mean? Usually you can ignore frequencies below 10 Hz because they originate from the move itself. When you look at the other frequencies, you can easily detect the greatest peak at 46 Hertz. This means that this is the frequency that should be reduced using input shaping. In order to do so, you can change the shaper's center frequency in the input box on the right. Show original values. What is, this is the center frequency. And what is, blue is X, Y, Z is all over the place. Why is Z all over the place? Now, is the mapping on this correct? Do I have, before we get too far, is the mapping on this correct? Because that was mentioned here. Below is the orientation, X, Y, and Z. It's confusing, so look, and you unmodified none. Set your center frequency to the largest peak or average if you have two large peaks. But I want to make sure that I'm actually seeing things correctly, because we have X, Y, and Z. Are they mapped correctly? And is there a way, if we go to, sorry, I'm bouncing around here. M955, let's go to a new, M955. Is there a way to make sure that that's mapped? Configure accelerometer. So, accelerometer to use, accelerometer orientation, I. Parameter tells the firmware which of the 24 possible orientations the accelerometer chip is in relative to the printer axis. It is expressed as a 2-digit number. The first digit specifies which machine direction the Z-axis of the accelerometer chip faces. So which direction the Z-axis of the accelerometer chip faces. 0 is plus X, so it faces plus X, so it's 0. Second digit expresses which direction the X-axis of the accelerometer chip faces. The X-axis faces Z plus. Using the same code, so Z plus, so 0, 2 should be the value here, right? No, Y plus, 1, 2. It should be 1, 2. It should be 1, 2. Because the Z on the board is on the chip. It's facing Y plus. And X is this orientation, and that is Z plus, right? So 1, 2. So I 1, 2. To configure the axis on that, I 1, 2. And if we go here, and I think I was 1, 0. So why was it 1, 0? I was 1, 0. 0 was plus X, and that's not where X is pointing on this thing. I think it's 1, 2. Hey, see you the GPs. So I think, let's see what this looks like when we change that. Let's go to, config, and I think this is, does that sound reasonable? Was that at the top? M955. Oh, it was at the top. 1, 2. Just getting back, does the RepRap not automatically account for accelerometer orientation like ClickUpper does? Doesn't seem so. You define it in this command. So let's save that and restart. Okay, so now let's go to input shaping. I'm gonna just delete that, or I should have saved it. Oh well. Let's record a motion profile in home. Should have saved. I should have left that and just did a new motion profile so I could compare them. Can RepRap Firmware set each axis individually or only the combination of X and Y? I think with this version it can do them individually. Next. I think we can just leave this. And next. So it's going to do, it's just doing its few little moves here. Okay, finish. Now we can look at this. And yeah, so this did change significantly as far as the representation. So we have X as the blue line. And it looks like, would these be we want somewhere like 60? Somewhere in between those. Oh, and it just, now why did it just say ZVD? Did that just change? Oh, that's a little wider. Click estimate over on the left. Ah. So, I mean, are we just looking for the widest flat spot there? What does this say? So as the next step, we can compare. We can compare the different input shapers with the center frequency set to 46 Hertz. To apply a given input shaper, just click apply next to every item on the right. You can then repeat the data collection step for each input shaper to see the reduction factor for each input shaper. You can check it as well. I don't know what you're saying there, Bill, or Ref. Profile 1 should only have one movement, not two. I don't know what you're saying there. There's 60 in ZVDD. That's what I have here. I can't tell you why in this chat, but yes, just mash it as flat as possible. Now ZVDDD went flatter, but I'm sure there's similar to. Now if we apply that, can we record a motion? It says record a motion profile, ZVDD. Let's see what that looks like. Next. See you, Pathetic Puma. So finish. Profile 2. Okay. You want it to be one movement and only one axis, X or Y. Well, you're basing this on me saying that, yes, it'll do individual, but I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. Okay, so how do I actually, so let's say we went through all the analysis and this is the very best we can possibly get this, and there's nothing else we need to analyze this. How do I actually apply this to a print? Do you just leave this here? Does it just apply it? Or let's see if it says here. RepRap Firmware does not support individual axis shaper configurations because it leads to undesired. But this is a not necessarily up-to-date documentation. No, you want movement on both axes applies it to all motion. Okay. This is not necessarily applies here, right? You get 2 peaks. You should configure an input shaper that covers both. Yeah, I don't know how up to date. For example, if you see ringing, you could choose. So how do we actually apply it to a print? Is there anything, where does it say? So this is the plugin. So let's go back. Oh, go back. How do I use it? Install and configure. Configure the input shaper using the M593 G code and do some test prints. Configure input shaping. This page. So, oh, so we have to actually apply that. So how do we, is there any way to just say, use it? Or do we have to? We actually use a damping factor. So do we have to actually just type this into the use ZVD input shaping to cancel ringing at 40, use custom input shaping. So we need something like this. Even at 3.6, it's applied to all motion, not individual axis, put into config.g to survive a reboot. I see. So you do, now how do you okay. So similar to Clipper, you can put that into, you put that into your config. Okay. Config, so would that be right here? Nope, that's, nobody saw that. That was annoying. I copied this. Copy. BD at 60. Any place after the axis are defined is fine. And S, there's an S factor in there. S 0.05, I think is what it was. Okay, save, restart main board. Are Kastat, are you still here? Kastat, are you still around? Kastat. Hey, Isaiah. Okay, let's go back here. That was, yeah, damping factor was 0.05, 60 hertz CVDV. Okay, at this point, can we print? I want to print. Am I missing anything else to get this going to print? The tool is set up to set up input shaper for RepRap Firmware suck. Don't have the install base willing to come help us make the plugin better. Got it. So like we don't have a shake and tune. This has helped. I mean, I came into this cold. I have some small idea, little better idea of how this works. I know that you run the the tool, you edit the config with the shaper that comes up. I'll figure it out more over time, just like with Clipper input shaper. Z offset should be 0. I mean, it's a 0 offset probe. It is so we should be very, very close. Shake and tune would integrate the graphs into the interface like that though, rather than opening the PNGs. Valid. So let's go back to where we were here and set up. Let's look at what Mr. Pepper King sent. Let's save this. And open what we have. Hot sauce handle. Oh, that's a big print. Oh no. Sorry, Garrett. Too big a overhang. Too big a overhang for me to deal with on this. We're gonna go and do a... Oh. Okay, well, we'll do it this way. What are you using for the probe again? If it's PZ, it will be G31Z0. Yeah. Too big a overhang there. Dino clip. I thought I had this downloaded, but I'll download this guy. So for anybody, here is the thing. And that's more than an hour print. Files. We just want, ooh, they changed this. STL file, one color. There we are. Download. Make it more angular, to be honest, so that the bottom overhang isn't there. I'm gonna throw this, since I print this fairly often, I'm gonna throw it right here. It's all my little common print stuff. Did we ever get... Nope. Kastat isn't here. The winner of the filament, you're not here? There we go. Dino clip. And what do we want to change here? We got print settings. We don't need, we'll do 3 walls. Let's do, that's probably fine. This is an ABS profile. I'm gonna leave all the speeds, everything. I'm gonna leave everything. You are here. So, Kastat, I made a mistake because Control C didn't copy the last thing, and I pasted your email address onto screen for a moment. Do you want me to blur that out? Bill, it's been on my mind. It's been very high on my mind. Thank you, Kastat. I appreciate that. Okay. On to this. I wanted to leave, I'm just going to leave a lot of these settings alone. Although for this, we're going to run it a little hotter. If you ever change your mind, stat, email me at the address on my YouTube page. Has anybody else had a problem in Windows? Maybe just Windows, maybe whatever. I've had this happen on a couple of different computers is the problem, where I will hit Control C with something highlighted and have just highlighted it, and it won't paste. It won't have copied it. I see it a lot because when I do the giveaway emails, I copy and paste things around. And when I have just copied like the code that I get from Polymaker and paste it into the email, it will it'll paste the last thing that was in the clipboard. It's so frustrating. Okay, it's not just me. It's not, yeah. So frustrating. I'll have to be more careful with that then. Okay, we are going, oh, I don't know why that says ABS. Let's say PLA. We, 3 times for everything. Yeah. Windows clipboard is jacked up. Okay. Yeah. Okay, 220, 60, we're gonna leave all this. And we're gonna leave most of this. Our extruder, our retraction, all that should be good. Oh, we want here under printers, we want to change the G-code flavor. Oh, RepRap Firmware. Okay. And let's go ahead and save this as solid fork. Okay. I get that daily at my job. That's why I mash multiple times. There's a meme out there. Okay. Clipboard history enabled. Hit Windows key V to check out your history. There. Windows key V. Oh, good. I'm glad I did that off screen share. That does come up. Okay. I'll have to remember that. I can double check that. Okay. And let's set up a physical printer for this. Whatever. It is Duet and fork local test. Connection works correctly. Okay. Oh, you took it off screen? Yeah. I do catch things sometimes. Okay, I think that, let's slice it. I mean, we're not gonna see this whole thing. We wanna get things going. I think we're good to, apparently it's not the clipboard or its shortcuts, it's the OLE components that link the highlight to the copy, paste, etc. functionality. Weird. We should be able to send this, and I'm just gonna upload this. I'm not gonna upload and print. I'm just gonna upload this. We should see this over on the interface now. Oh, hold on. Before I do that, because this is not a clipper machine, let's go back to custom G-code. Pressure advance is not going to work. That command isn't going to work. So let's comment that out. And that's something we should probably, let's just go solid fork PLA. And I think that's the only things that I'm really concerned with. I don't think there's anything in here. Yeah, the rest of this should be okay. We should run a, we are doing, oops. First layer temperature, set the bed temp. Home it. I think you need a semicolon to comment out in the filament G codes. I didn't do a semicolon? You're right. You're right. I thought I did. My bad. Oops. There we go. Oh, speaking of which, something changed here. Go to system. If anybody was paying attention before, if I want to comment out this, the control / works now. Like in mainsail and fluid, control / works now in 3.6. That's one of the change logs I noticed. So remember that came up a couple of streams ago on this when we were doing the configuration. So control / works now in RepRap Firmware. Very useful. Hey man app. Back here. So that's there. Let's save that. What else I was looking at the start G code. I want it to home. I want it to G32, and I want it to home again, and then run through the rest of it. Okay. So let's save that. Slice it again. And send it and upload it. RDP into my Surface to get a Windows interface to access the AD tools. I haven't noticed it on Win 10. There. Okay. Back here. Close this. We don't want to change it. And I think everything should be good to start the job. It was meant for Bill Brothers. Ah, there's our dyno clip. Let's see what happens. What is this? M32, error illegal parameter. Oh, G32. G32. Oops. Is that what I did? Did I do that here? Not printables. No, I did G32. Where's M32? Where was that error coming from? Failed to load info, illegal parameter, letter, underscore. Oh, you can't have an underscore in a file name? Illegal parameter, letter, underscore. And what, I don't know what the M32 is, but you can't have an underscore in a file name for this? Let's just say dyno clip upload. That's annoying. Let's try this again. Refresh. Dyno clip. And actually, no. Let me close out. One thing I don't like about RepRap Firmware is how much error messages linger. Yes. What? Illegal parameter, letter, underscore. Where is that coming from? Illegal parameter, letter, underscore. From what? It's not in there. I disabled it. I disabled set pressure advance. Where else is something being set? Anything there? Oh, we've got a thing in the end code with a clipper command in there. Yeah, it might be there. Let's try that. Save that. Let's see if that did it. Slice now, send, we'll just call it dyno clip, upload. Let's try that, see if it was in the NG code. Refresh that, get rid of those. Aha, there we go. That's looking better. That's looking promising. Let's delete this file. Delete that other file. It was in the NG code. I still had a clipper specific command in there. Okay, here and print. There we go. Now we've got things. Front fan turned on, and I've got to be ready to do some baby stepping here for this first layer. I'm probably going to need to go plus. But it's going to heat up. $180 on the hot end is a little high, but we'll let it go. Things looking, yeah. I think we're set. So that was all just because I'm recycling existing profiles. Now, further tuning will require us to set up pressure advance or linear advance, whatever they call it in. So all that is heating up. Let's go look up. They call it pressure advance. Pressure advance. Interval can be adjusted on the machine tab. I think, can we go, oh. Machine specific baby step amount. Yep, right there. 0.05 is a good number. I think I'm okay with 0.05. We want, is it status? Yeah, right there. Pressure advance aims to compensate for the elasticity of the filament. So how to enable and configure pressure advance. Pressure advance is configured on a per extruder drive basis. Different extruder drives can have different amounts of pressure advance. To enable pressure advance on an extruder drive, use the following form of command. The D parameter is the extruder drive number, and the S parameter is the amount of pressure advance. So this I would probably put in my slicer filament specific G code, because that's going to change per filament. So similar to clipper, I put that command in the filament specific. Okay, it's going through a Z tilt adjust. I guess we can do this. Okay, get out the glasses. Okay. It hit a deviation of 0.21. Do it again. That was 0.16. Kind of an interesting. I'm gonna have to look at my Z assembly on this because I feel like it's a little inconsistent. Yeah, that Hilbert curve. Yeah, it just did 0.16 again. This might fail. It might be the, I'm running the hot end too hot. It's at 180 right now with PLA, so. Final deviation is 0.131. But it's gonna continue, I guess. It doesn't stop the print. That's interesting. Now what's it doing? So it's doing the second home. Now it's gonna get ready to print. Okay. It is driving the I ran the baby stepping the wrong way. I ran the baby stepping the wrong way, so I caused some of that. I might have gone, yeah, I was hitting the wrong button with my mouse, and yeah, I'm gonna want to restart this. What in the world? Yeah, we got melted plastic on the plate, but it's not pretty right now. Okay, I'm gonna stop the print because it's not correct. We definitely, okay, a couple of things I'm gonna change. So I'm gonna go back here, and in my first, I have this set to 180, and I want this like 150. So that was first, the probing temperature was way too high. And then I'm hoping that's what was causing our issues with the Z-tilt, because it never actually succeeded in hitting the tolerance. So I think with that, we're not starting with a nice level bed. So I'm gonna call that okay. Second one, just do a Z28Z. That's a good call. Z28Z, that'll help. And then we should be good from there. So let's save that. And our end offset, Bamboo set their probing temp to 75. Well, I want it hot enough to squish out of the way, but not hot enough to ooze. And 180 is enough to ooze and change. So once it squishes, it should be okay. My offset I ended up with was somewhere around, it's not 0.45 millimeters. I'm gonna, well, let's try. Let's try that. Not trigger during move, close all these, that stuff. Let's cancel the print now. So close. So canceled print. We should have nozzles off. get it cleaned up. Let's try this again. And I'm actually going to, let's go here. Let's slice this and send it because I think the settings are going to be okay from a slicer point of view. We'll just leave the name now. Upload, since that wasn't the problem. But I want to actually first print, do this little, I use this little piece, this cube, and I change the print settings here. 0 top layer and 1 bottom layer and no infill. Just so I can get something big so I can look at that first layer and do a good baby stepping to see where that's at. So let's upload that. So now let's see how this does. So with that cleaned up, let's go ahead and start that low cube job. Yes. Okay. Whoa, it's going right back to 180. Why is it doing that? Cancel that print. I thought I changed that to 150. Why is it going? Oh, printers. 150. Oh, there it is. 2 spots. M10. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Slice it. Send it. Upload it. I changed it in 1 spot, though it's in 2 spots there. Now let's go refresh this and start that one. Yep, 150. There we are. And I didn't show you any of that, sorry. Okay, it is warming up. It's, yep, there it goes. Let's see if we get some more consistency out of this. No, something's going on. Is this continuing? No, things aren't going right. That didn't actually trigger for that home. I'm e-stopping it. I just e-stop. So let's go here, a console. This error here, warning, driver 1 stalled at Z height 15.6, I saw. Why did that stall at Z height 15.6? Let's look at our stepper configurations. I'm curious about the current. I wanted to check the current, driver currents, XY, Z is 600. Is there a idle factor? What are these? Motor idle current reduction. Set motor idle timeout. What are these? Are these necessary? Can I just get rid of these and run everything and see what happens? I don't think those are necessary. Start. Are you using my bed.g still? If so, I dropped Z current to 50% because that bed.g came from a 5160 Trident. Yes, I am. Let me go in here and lower Z power in case we are testing beta build. Get rid of that. Restore full power to Z. Don't need that anymore. So let's save that and let's try that now. So we should be able to go back here and do that. Yeah, that's what I'm concerned about because that was changing Z only to, yeah, that makes sense to do that. But that was changing Z to only 300 milliamps. 1. Here we are. This will get going again here in a moment. And that just says driver 0 stalled at Z height 5 now. Okay, that actually probed. Nope. It's not actually probing. Pause print. It's, I think we're triggering on the, we're getting extra vibrations that are triggering our, I think we're getting extra vibrations that's triggering the PZ probe now. So let's figure out where we're set on our sensitivity range. Because we're at LED 2 is the one that's triggered. So we had our help center here. Let's go Revo Voron, Revo PZ, and presets. Preset settings. We're at, where was it? LED presets. LED 2 on. We're at preset 2. Yeah, preset 2. Let's try preset 6 with the filter on. Yeah, try preset 6, and that should be on, off. There we go. That should be with their filter on. So let's try that and see what happens. I think we're on trigger sensitivity tuning on that probe. And we may still need to reduce the Z currents. But I'm also getting an extra, it's loud to move Z, which has to be vibrations, which is probably being picked up by the PZ probe. So I've got something going on with Z that's causing it to be loud. Let's home all. Yeah, when it goes up, it's louder than when it goes down. Driver stalled at driver at Z height 5. Oh. That didn't work. It's home Z. It's not triggering at all now. Or it's not, I mean, it's not that it's not triggering, it's triggering way early. Let's try that, just reset it. Home Z. Now that's an instant trigger. Let's start a probing move. What is going on? We're getting already triggered at start a probing move. Let's look at this again in a little more detail. Is Z-axis out of plumb or something? Seems like one might be sticking. This is a bit off, but even when it was trammed, it's moving loudly, if that makes sense. No, this isn't things that Clipper would fix. These are the same kind of, if this has nothing to do with the firmware right now, because it's the sensitivity of the PZ probe that's triggering. They would trigger whether it was Clipper or not. I want to see, is there anything? No, that's not what I want. Here, and PZ probe, and there was something in here about the duet is simple. Fig, set the baud rate. No. Now send commands. Oh, this is. Thought, wasn't there a. Ah, here we are. Firmware duet. Let's see if there's anything we should be doing here. No, it's fine. Not a big deal. Add the following. What's this? For duet 2 with RepRap Firmware, free up Z probe before reassigning it. That's not needed. Analog mode. 0.5 second delay. 400 millimeter per second. That we already have all that, correct? Okay, let's pull this out of the way and go here and config G and our probe right here. Oops, that's not what I wanted. So the M558 P8 C H5 F400. But what are the other things? What's B1? Really tempted to try RepRap. Might do it on my Rook Mark 1. Want to get around to building it? Yeah. I'm just seeing if E3D has recommendations for how to configure this, how to configure things. So let's see what this says. Analog mode, 0.5 second delay, which we already put in. 400 millimeters per minute dive speed. Turn off heater during probing. I didn't agree with that one. 2 probes per point and a 5 millimeter drive height. That A2 is the only thing that we don't really have in here that I think is relevant. So I'm not too worried about that. What is the T6000 on that? M558. What is the T value? T, travel speed to and between probe points. There's also the Z lift speed after probing. Corresponding axis Z speed set by M203 will be used instead if they are lower. Okay. So that's fine. Default, it's not suitable for you. You can fine tune them by modifying the presets, custom settings. Well, going back here, I think going back to the not setup guide, the presets. Preset settings. By pressing the button on the controller, you can switch between 8 pre-configured presets. 7 of those presets are configurable via UART or IC, while the preset 0 remains as a default and cannot be configured. On power up, preset 0 is used by default. Power up using the tables shows the value. So threshold, this is the sensitivity of the controller. Smaller number is more sensitive. The threshold value directly correlates to the 12-bit ADC. So if this threshold of 10 is set, the controller waits until the ADC signal that is 10 or higher to trigger. The filter is the other thing I changed. This activates the IIR filter, deactivates the filter. The filter has 2 parameters. This is useful to activate when noise from the heatsink fan interferes with triggering. So that's what I tried turning on, is that filter. So preset 6 is the least sensitive value. And let's make sure that I actually put it on 6. So preset 6 is LED 3 on, LED 2 on, and LED 1 off. And I might not have had that correct. Yeah, I had it not correct there. That's 3.2. So now I need to try this one. But should we be seeing a motor stall warning for a probe triggering? Oh, I didn't see a motor. Did we see a motor stall warning for the... No. So this was the previous stuff, but the latest stuff is probe triggered. So I think we're at a sensitivity setting here. And actually when I tried this, I read the LEDs wrong. So I didn't have the filter active in the last one. So now we just need to try it. So I'm just gonna home all here now. So we are at the least sensitive preset with filtering enabled now. And that triggered. Now, why is my fan partially on? Why is my fan? You see, that's moving. If I stop it, it'll stop. But if I get it moving, it will stay moving. That's odd. That's really odd. It's not moving at full speed. It will just, it has some sort of current running through it. That's really weird. Let's try a G32 now. Whoa. Okay, I'm gonna emergency stop. So it's not sensitive enough now with that filter enabled. So I'm gonna change it to a less sensitive preset. So I'm gonna try the 5. So this is the threshold 5, but with the filter active. So I want preset 4, which is LED 3 is as the only one on. And that's these LEDs, and we can hit this button here, there. And I know I got in the way of the focus, but we're hitting the button until just LED 3 is on. It's hitting too hard right now. So now we're gonna go, let's just go ahead here, and I'm gonna home all. Get a good look at this. That's good. So now G32. That's good. It's not hitting too hard. It's triggering. Now that hit too hard. Okay, so what's going on in the second round of this? I'm gonna emergency stop. I think it's moving too slow to trigger it. We are looking at an impact here, and if you take it too slow, then you're not going to trigger it as reliably as it could. With the first round, so I think if we go into system and bed.g, you have this doing additional passes. Where is that? There's a, where is it? With filter on, it doesn't trigger reliably. Is the fan tightened down uneven, where the Hall effect sensor pulls away too far from the trigger magnet? I don't know what you're talking about there, Drew. On the fan itself? Are you talking about the fan that's moving? I don't want this to slow down on additional probes. And why is it slowing down? It's got to be in here, right? Which two values in the speed separated by colon? Where is that? Oh, here. Okay. Is that the only place it's defined? Can I just get rid of the second one and have it, will it just default to the first one? Okay, so let's save that. And now let's go back. Let's home all. Now, G32. Yeah, because at 600, it triggers nicely. Nope, it's doing a slow move again. And it doesn't trigger properly. It doesn't trigger at a slow move, but it's still doing a slow move. Where else is that defined? Or did I miss another spot of it? There's a, there's an M558 in here too, right? Why does it raise the bed on X and Y homing? Oh, it's because I have separate, I haven't done a very, a more sophisticated homing process, WarpWorks. It is running X home, which clears the bed, and then it's running a Y home, which clears the bed out of the way. So it's doing a Z bounce, basically. You can get rid of that with a little more sophisticated homing routine, but we're keeping it a little more simple. Now where, is that this guy right here? M558, yep, that's that guy right there that's doing it. I can just change those all to 600 and probably call that okay. Just remove them by control forward slashing. There. Let's save. Dashboard. Let's home all. And I need to tweak my sensorless homing sensitivities too, but it's not hurting anything right now. Okay, now let's G32 again. Yeah, it triggers beautifully at the faster speed. I can see it touching, but it's not pushing on the tool head at all. There we go. There we go. Okay. I think we're ready to try this print again. Faster speed, low sensitivity, or high sensitivity. High sensitivity on the PZ config, but with the filter enabled. Seems to be okay so far. So let's go ahead and we're going to do this low cube job again. And it's going to heat things up. And I'm going to start with this a little, just going to default to a little further away so I can bring it down. I just bumped the baby stepping up a little bit right off. Yeah, if you just consider, Yeri, that basically it's a vibration sensor, and anything you can do to find that balance, I mean, it's more than just the values on that probe too. You might need to reduce the currents on your Z. You might want to make sure that the fan isn't running when you're probing. Although I think fan running while you're probing is kind of a needs to happen, because you don't want to, you want to probe hot, so you need a fan running. Baby step after G32 because G32 clears baby stepping. Well, phooey. Okay. We will see that. We'll see that when it gets there. It's almost up to temperature on the bed now. So when I'm done here, just so I can be clear, I should be able to run insert a G31 command into my config with whatever baby stepping I come up with here, and that'll be the offset for Z, and should be able to use that for future prints, at least as a starting point, right? I want to make sure everything's going good on this. Yep, it's a good trigger. It's all doing good. Okay. Okay, So G32 has a built-in extra home, so I can remove that G28Z out of my config. That's why it's homing there twice. And this did clear it, so I want to go back and add a little bit of offset. Nope. Wow. Okay. We have errors. No, we just had way too close even. Okay, so let's go down a little bit. And we'll really be able to see it on the next thing. There we go. They popped up on the screen and went away. Where? I'm just keeping an eye on it. I thought 0.05 would be a decent interval there, but I think it needs to be smaller. Now let's try that. See how that does. There was a Z0 stall error on leveling. Z0 stalled at, driver 0 stalled at Z height 10.75. Driver 0 is X or Y. I don't get that. I don't get that. Let's just see what that actually means. I also want to go in here. So that's doing its thing. I want to go in and make sure we don't have, what is it? Probe nair, those are, oh. Do I have anything that sets, oh, this is bed. I don't want bed, I wanted config. Is there a G31 in here? G31, oh! There's where a problem is. I've got an offset in here by default, and it shouldn't be here. That's why I'm so far off. It's moving down by 0.7 millimeters right off, and I'm adjusting back to 0.8. So I had an offset in there. But this is looking pretty good at that. So I'm going to remove that. I'm going to change it to a Z minus 0.1 apparently. Current offset, I've got it set to 0.8 on this baby stepping value, but in the config, we've got a G31 sets it to 0.7. So should this actually be minus 0.1 or should it be what? I'm gonna just set that to 0 right now. Save that. Does that change actively what's going on? It doesn't change that. So I don't need this to keep going. This is what that looks like. So you see kind of garbage, but then it turned out pretty good here. So let's cancel that print. Wait, nope. Let's move this out of the way now. So things are sticking okay now. I think I will only need to adjust it by up to 0.1 millimeters to get that. See, it was turning out pretty good once I adjusted it. So we're getting there. We're getting there. Hey, Jeff. So let's, how do I, since I changed this, now there we go, restart mainboard. We're getting there. I'm going to run this print one more time, and then we will start the, I'm just going to rerun this print. Low cube, yes. It's going to heat up. I would like to know what driver 0 stalled at Z height of 10.75. Do you have any idea there, Novorat? Driver 0 stalled. Driver 0 would be X or Y. Leave it alone. Did you rerun the config after the G31 change? Yes, I did. Okay. Okay. So now I want to be prepared for a, let's just set it at a 0.1 offset. See what happens. Ah, yeah, much better. Much better. We actually got a purge line. I did try to catch the ooze on the fly. Feel like I might be able to get rid of that 0.1 that I put in there. I'm gonna change it back to 0.05. Yeah, 0.05 looks pretty decent. Your current is too low still after homing, but we turned off all the current changes and I've got it set to a full amp. Maybe it needs to be higher. Here, let's go back to 0. I think we're probably okay just leaving this at 0. No changes to baby stepping. Yeah. No baby stepping looks pretty good. Yeah, that looks really good. Yeah, that looks really good. I'm not going to keep this going because all this was for is for me to have a nice broad first layer so I could tweak the baby stepping. Esoteric's nozzle park mod. Hey, zombie. And they're barely warm right now. Okay, so let's pause this. I need to change the pause. I'd rather the pause go to the back, I think. Get this out of the way. Yeah. With zero baby stepping, that when I changed it to that, look how pretty that is. And look how pretty this filament is. Have you seen this, zombie? This is Green Apple Elixir from Cookie Cad. It is a gorgeous filament. Okay. What did I want to do? I think I just want to start a real print. We could try just to see if we get the error. We could go in and bump the current on those steppers. I think it's 1 amp right now, and I think these are rated at 1.6 is what I think they're 1600s. I don't know if I can read it. Let's see if I can get a picture of it. They're 1.5s. So just as a quick test, we can throw this up to, let's say, 1.3 and see if that gets rid of the message. I mean, I just changed the current on the X and Y to 1.3 amps. Who makes that build plate? That is a Prusa textured sheet that's been custom laser cut into a V0 size. There are 9 of them in existence. What did I do with the filament I bought at Micro Center at 3D Printopia? It's under the seat in your car. Okay, let's go jobs. Dino clip and print. Nope, darn it. I don't think this matters. I'm just gonna actively change the temperature here. I forgot I sliced that before I changed the. There we go. Get the ooze off. Driver 0.1 warning, phase B may be disconnected. That is so weird. Driver 0.1 warning. Phase B may be disconnected. Now it's going to home twice because I haven't removed that yet. You're dropping current down and senseless homing. If so, are they getting set back? Just guess. I have no idea why you'd get that stall. Yeah. Okay, let's see what happens here. Do you have a bad crimp maybe? That's not possible. It is there a default pressure advance setting in the config? Because it feels like it's having to restart. And I've got my first layer too fast for this PLA. That's one thing that's going on. Let's pause this again. I want to slow down that first layer. I'm going to come back here. Let's go back here. Now we're done setting this. Let's trash that. Put the dyno clip back in here. Go to our print settings. Change this. And that stuff, we don't need 4 walls. We've got 3, our infill, but our first layer speed is way too. Let's just slow that down a bit. And then make sure that's all correct. We don't need the second home here because the end of G32 rehomes. See you, John Beer. And then slice it. Okay, so that's slowed down. Send that, let's just upload it. But the other thing I wanted to check, do a M84 to get this out of the way. Pick the filament off the plate. Okay, and then what was the probe type? Pressure advance M572. Is there a default one of those in here? M572. No. Okay. So then the other thing I wanted to check is just to make sure I don't have some weird retraction number. Retraction is only 0.8. The E3D docs say that 0.5. So let's slice that and upload it. PA, not that I'm aware of, but 0.03 to 0.05 would be a good starting guess without tuning. Yeah, similar to a clipper value, right? What was that? Extruder drive number. Let's grab that, just so we have it applied. Put it into Filaments, custom G code, right there, and 0.03. That's what I'll set that to. Let's try that one more time. Okay, time to try one more go. Jobs, refresh, dyno clip, yes. Come on, heat up enough. Come out. There we go. I'm going to get us a little closer in. Oops, sorry about the shaky cam. It's doing it again. It's at 0.005. Okay, why are you still doing this? Current deviation 0.007. Okay. Okay. Let's see how this does. A little slower. Why are you moving so fast? I'm slowing it down via the interface. Felt like this was moving too fast. I think the Z sounds loud, didn't shit, yeah. I use Prusa Slicer mostly, Jeff. I use Orca Slicer for a couple of printers. Just to force myself to be familiar with some of it. Yeah, I think that's going down better than the last time, slowing it down. I took the opportunity. I said I ordered those Mellow toolhead boards. I took the opportunity to get a set of 2209 Mellow 2209 drivers with the switches as well. I've got a couple of spots that aren't sticking great. I think I could have done a little better, more bed prep since I've been messing with it a bit since I cleaned it. I probably just should have put some vision miner on it. Andrew, yes, I ordered 2 of those SHT 36 V3s. I'm gonna use one on the members stream. On the members stream, it we are doing a refresh of my red V0, and I'm gonna put one of those on there because it just has individual wires going to the tool head right now. And then the other one may end up going on my blue V0 in RepRap Firmware config. On the red V0, it's Clipper. This gray is Sparta 3D Cloud Gray ABS. I am planning on using Can, Andrew. Yes, these are the default idlers on this build, Garrett. Yeah, let me know how it works, Andrew. I do 2 layers on my skirts. If my first layer is too low, this makes it a whole lot easier to remove later. First layer stuff is looking rough, TR. And that is probably a combination of offset and build sheet prep. Right, I always do to save my fingernails to get it off, yeah. This is a somewhat translucent PLA. Been using 2 layers on my skirts too after you mentioned it once. It makes removal so much easier, doesn't it? Oh, you guys can hear that sound? There's a little bit of resonant sound. There is a little bit of resonant sound. Did I re-grease these rails? I don't remember. No, it's not that's not the extruder that's making that noise. It's something else in the motion system. It seems to be working pretty well right now, though. No, not the sound. I was asking if that's the extruder. Oh, yes. This is, I'm sorry. This is the Vitamins setup. It's the Vitamins setup on the Dragon Burner toolhead. But it's printing. It is printing. Therefore. Are we ready? Therefore, that can be peeled. Oh, well, that's a bad thing. Oh, well. Oh, well. That was a good first layer, though, too. I mean, maybe it's slightly squished, but I'll clean I'll spend a little more time cleaning that bed, and I'll try again. You fried a touchscreen with Static Shock? That sucks. Let's cancel the print. Well, there it is. This is not the end of this build series. I still need to finish paneling it, and it needs a bottom panel, right? But it may be the end of the series. It might not be next weekend's content. We'll see. You messing around with those false starts? Yeah. So I'll do additional cleaning on this, and I'll start another print. I'll start the same G code again. Maybe I'll just throw some Vision Miner on it as the cheat code and call it good. But Christmas morning picture of a dino click. Well, I'm gonna get that set up, and I'm gonna do it right after stream here, right after we get off. I think we're good for I think we're good. We're at a 5-hour stream for something because we ended up having to play around with the CNC router. That took a little bit of time. So with that, we are, I hope you have a good rest of your weekend. Hope you have a good holiday. Yeah, they're a little loose. The belts are a little loose. So who do I need to bribe to get a Prusa build plate cut down? It's a group in Prague or in the Czech Republic who made this. So anyway, hope you have a good Christmas. Thank you to Polymaker for letting me give away a roll of Filament, and thanks for everyone who gifted memberships and became members. And thanks for hanging out. Another 5-hour stream, last one of the year, last one of 2024. I hit 2 million views on my channel recently. I got a pop-up on YouTube, gave me a little achievement thing. So that seems pretty good. 2 million views in 3 years. So anyway, take care, everyone. Enjoy the build. Happy holidays. Bye. Oh, Andrew, caught me just in time. Thank you very much. Bye.